This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon and welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve in the Sabi sands. I'm sitting with a beautiful herd of Impala that are slowly feeding, going towards the drainage line on such a cold day. My name is Tessa. I'm going to be your guide on safari here this afternoon. Behind the camera we have Paul, and this afternoon with the overcast weather and some rain coming, I think we're going to have a really lucky day on predators in particular. It is beautiful weather. We have been overcast all day. We have had some rain on and off, and so it's perfect weather for all of the animals to be out and about, not worrying about the sun. These impalas are feeding. They look quite relaxed. The wind is not as bad as it was this morning, so you can imagine they are not too worried about predators at the moment, but they will still be quite alert in between their feeding. I'd love to hear from you this afternoon. If you have any questions or comments, please send them in. We'll be waiting to hear from you. You can find us at #WildEarth on Twitter, at FC on YouTube, or if you're under the age of 18, you can pop us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. You can also register on the WildEarth website. Head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. So you can hear a lot of birds are out already. That's because the wind has dropped. It's around 22 degrees Celsius, so it's not warm. It's actually very pleasant out. It's one of the most pleasant afternoons that we've had, and I think all of the animals are really enjoying it. But these impalas are looking in excellent condition. This female does look pregnant. Have a look at her belly. It is nicely rounded, and I think they are anticipating the first real rain of the season, some substantial rain. So I'm hoping that rain comes soon for all of the animals and for the environment. We definitely need some more greenery around here. But I'm looking forward to a fun afternoon and seeing what we can find. While I leave these impalas to carry on feeding, let's have a look at what the weather's doing for the day.
Well, it's an antelope start to the afternoon, and we're on the dam cam for now. You can see we've got some Ngala and Impalas. My name is Tristan, and well, we'll be on dam cam for a little bit, hopefully not too long. The guys are just working on Rusty, just fixing everything up. So hopefully we'll be back out a little bit later on Rusty itself. So for now, it's just going to be to see what comes down to the camera on a cool afternoon. I'm glad Tessa thinks that this is the nicest afternoon she's had. Certainly not my kind of weather. So we'll see how it goes. I hate this kind of weather. It's my worst on a game drive. So I'm hoping that the wind will stop and that we won't have cold, windy conditions over the course of the afternoon. There's quite a lot actually going on in this frame. It doesn't look like that much, but you've got Nyalas and Impalas kind of eating. Then you'll find that there's a little Cape Turtle dove on the left side that's eating. There's some dwarf mongoose that are running around, and then there's actually a blacksmith lapwing that is interacting with Impalas just over here. So at the base of this little stump, there's a blacksmith lapwing that's hiding there. Now, you might see when the impalas come to feed, what it does is it actually opens its wings and flares the wings out, and it tries to kind of push them away from where it is. It's trying to stop these guys standing where its eggs are. So, and a little foot of an impala that gets placed in the wrong area could, well, end the life of a little baby lapwing, which would be most dramatic and unfortunate. So the mom does all the work to try and kind of keep it away. So she'll open her wings, she'll try and make herself bigger, or dad as well, for that matter, and try and kind of keep the impalas from standing on her little nest. Now, where it is you might see a little white dot in the sort of left side, between the two impalas on the left side. That's where she's sitting. You can just see her head moving every now and then. I say she, I'd like to say it could be him too. That's sitting on those eggs. But we'll kind of keep an eye on that just now. I also wanted to kind of just show you the difference between the Nyalas and the Impalas, because a lot of you get a little bit confused between female Nyala and Impala. So if we have a look here, you've actually got the male and female Nyala, which is quite nice, just to show the differences between them. Huge amount of sexual dimorphism in Nyalas. In fact, probably the most sexually dimorphic of our mammals that we get out here. And they look completely different in their structure, their shape, and their coloration. If you compare that to the male and female impalas in this frame, you notice that their coloration and their body looks very, very similar. It's just the horn structure that they have that's different, whereas in the Nyala, there's a whole bunch of differences that occur. But within impalas and Nyalas, which, again, some people sometimes get a little confused because of the coloration, you notice that the impalas have this horizontal color change twice. So it goes from quite dark on top to fairly light in the middle to white on the tummy, whereas the Nyalas, they have the white stripes that come down the side of the body. It looks like paint has kind of been drizzled over their back, or some fancy chef has decided to sprinkle them with some sort of white chocolate. And you've got this sort of striping effect on the rump. So that alone should help you. But if you actually look at the way that they walk, you see that Nyalas have a very rounded back in comparison, don't go off the screen now, to a Impala. Impala actually has a lot straighter back than what the Nyalas do. They tend to look very, very, very different in the way that they walk as well. You see Nyalas are very careful about where they place their feet, almost walking on their tippy toes. And when you track Nyala, you'll actually see that the front edge of the hoof digs in, whereas on an Impala, it's a lot flatter than that. So it's just nice to kind of see the differences. All right, well, we'll hang out at the dam cam. We'll see what else is happening. Darkmane was here when I drove past this morning on the way home, so I'll try to see if I can find him on the other side under a bush somewhere.
I definitely hope Tristan gets to see Darkmane at the dam. I think he is still snoozing there somewhere in some thickets. So I'm actually heading down towards Twin Dams. I want to go and start my afternoon there and just see what might have come and gone through the day, look for some fresh tracks and see if there might be any elephants around. So I believe we have a decent chance of rain today. It's supposed to start kind of later in the afternoon towards the evening. And the animals will be preempting that. They know it's coming. And so that would mean that they're going to be moving around today. So I'm hoping that is the case. I think we're going to have some great sightings this afternoon, from big to small. I'm very keen to see what we bump into or find. There are a lot of elephant tracks on the road. There's Impala tracks. lot of buffalo tracks on the road too. It looks like the herd has actually come down towards dams. So I do want to stop just before this drainage line and see if I can hear anything. So I'm actually on my way down towards Twin Dams. I'm just stopping just above a drainage line just to have a little bit of a listen before I head down to the dam, because this is a very popular area for elephants, for lions, for leopards. There's a lot of bird activity as well, so I'm just giving it a little bit of time to scan and have a look around in case there are any animals here. There are a lot of small birds flitting around, some cisticolas, some waxbills. And I've actually seen my first few monkey oranges of the season as well, which is lovely. So you can hear all the different birds calling next to the drainage line. Let's have a listen. So interestingly enough, most of the birds that are calling are actually some of the smaller ones. So I can't hear any of the bigger birds like hornbills, weavers, starlings. They're actually all smaller birds that would be in the brush around the drainage line.
Good afternoon. Are there any mobile operations?
So I thought I heard an Impala alarm calling across the drainage line. And I'm not going crazy because Mpho agrees with me. So I'm just listening to see if I can get a direction, and then I'm actually going to go down into the drainage line and check. Because if it's just one alarm call on its own, it might have been that maybe something got a fright, but a false alarm. So ideally you want to hear maybe 2 or 3 before you rush off. Alright, so I'm definitely going to stay here for a little bit and just try and figure out if there are any other alarm calls. But while I do that, let's have a look at the expedition coming up next year in Djuma.
Well, we're just watching an Impala having a little feed at the moment, and it's digging around quite nicely. Now, this Impala, it's interesting because often we don't take the time to really look at Impalas properly as individuals. You can see that this Impala is actually quite an old individual. So normally out here, impalas all look pristine and healthy and like nothing is wrong with them. But they do age, and they do so show signs of aging. If I'll get there eventually. If you look at the ears of this particular individual, do you notice how tatty they are? The edges of the ears completely kind of destroyed. And that's all due to ticks. As they go through their life, ticks constantly feed on the ears, and it scars, and the oxpeckers come and pull them off, and it causes damage to the ear itself. And when you start to see tears in the ears and the edges being frayed like that, that's always a good indicator in any animal, whether that be an impala or, you know, a lion or a leopard, that they're on the older side of life. And it's always amazing to me when you think that this animal, which gets hunted as much as it does, can actually survive long enough that they get these kind of old individuals within the herd. Aside from the actual ears themselves, if you look at the legs, you look at the back and the sides, lots of little scars everywhere. So places where it's kind of lost fur for whatever reason it may be, and it's quite nice now you've got one in the background just to compare the ears. It was supposed to stay still, but it didn't. But you could compare the ears of this one on the background to the one in the foreground. You notice that those ears are absolutely perfect, so a much younger individual. And you notice that even on the leg areas, far less loss of fur throughout that animal as opposed to the one on the left. So it'd be really interesting to know how old this one on the left actually is. I reckon it must be a fairly old individual. I mean, most impalas out here don't sort of live past 7 or 8 years, but you do get the odd ones that will kind of be an anomaly to all of that. Looks like she's pregnant too, so hopefully she's going to have a little one this year and it will be successful. Imagine how tough it must be for these impalas to raise lambs out here, let alone survive themselves. To keep another little one alive must be, impossible. What you'll also notice today is that the impalas don't have that shine that they've had the last few days, and that's on purpose. As I was saying to you, it's quite chilly out there compared to what we've been having over the past few days, and so they've got their little winter coat out, which is basically when they erect their fur. So you see they look fluffy today rather than shiny. So they keep their hair puffed out, and that traps air against the body and makes it a lot easier to keep warm, and it's a lot more insulating in that way. But they really are such beautiful animals. I think we're so quick to just dismiss them because of how common they are. I absolutely love impalas. I find their coloration and their markings to be seriously pretty. Now, what you'll also see with this older individual in the front is if you look on the inside of the legs, we often talk about parasites, and we talk about how they have tick loads and oxpeckers sit on them and all these kinds of things, but it's very difficult to see ticks on animals. Now, that inside of the leg also shows you where ticks congregate. You can see the scarring and loss of fur on this animal. And that's from years and years of ticks, again, feeding on the inside. They like to find places where it's dark and where they can hide and stay away from the antelope's teeth that can clean their coat and potentially get rid of them. So you find a much heavier, dark, black spotted tick layer on the inside of back legs on most of the animals out here, whether it be buffalo, giraffe, impala, doesn't really matter. They all kind of carry them there. We're lucky in this part of the world that we don't get what's called a shade fly, which harasses animals and is always in and around the joints of the legs and right in underneath their fur and irritates them quite intensely. As the name suggests, is because they're trying to find shade. The other nice thing with this particular sort of image is, and why the dam cam can be quite fun for this kind of stuff, is that you can actually see those metatarsal glands quite nicely now, the little black glands on the back legs. So those little black spots that you see there, you'll notice that they don't have them really on the front legs. It's really just the back. Now, what that gland is used for is still under debate. No one knows 100%, but the most common theory is that it is a form of scent distribution. And so what it does is, as they are moving, maybe not like now when they're feeding like this, but as they're running, let's say, there is a scent that is released from that, and it allows a trail for the rest of the herd to pick up. And so when this herd is scattered, that they can find one another again and come back together as a grouping. That's one of the main kind of theories behind these metatarsal glands. And they're the only antelope that we see with this prominent gland like this. So there must be some sort of reason to it. What I don't get about that whole situation is that if it was for that reason, surely most antelope that are herding antelope would have it, which we don't see. So it's maybe a little bit more to it, and there's some things out here in nature that we will never fully understand or be able to completely kind of pick up. So Elise, no, I don't think I have. Just trying to think. I've seen a white Impala, but I can't remember if it had the black stripes on the bum. I think it did. It might not have been a black, but there was definitely the markings were there. But no, I don't think I've ever seen an Impala without those. Well, certainly not that I can remember. I've seen quite a few interesting variations of Impalas, but never one without its black stripes. And when I say variations of Impalas, I'm talking mostly of females with weird and wonderful horn structures that come out of their foreheads or out the top of their head. We had an Impala here for many years. I don't even know if it's still here. I haven't seen it for a while. It had a horn that used to come out between its eyes. Just one little small rudimentary horn, almost looked a bit unicorn-like. So yeah, you get that every now and then, but I've never seen one without the black stripes. I'll Google it and see if anybody's ever seen it, or if there's any pictures of somebody seeing a blacklist Impala. It may have to be a form of leucism though, because obviously that black coloration is the melanin that is produced by these guys, the dark pigments in hair. So if it didn't have the black stripes on the bum, it shouldn't have any of the black on the face or even in the metatarsal areas. So it would be a form of leucism then that it would be encountering. But interesting theory. Certainly never seen it, and it would be a bit of a shame if it did, because that black marking serves a purpose. It's a following signal. It's a contrasting marking on the rump that allows others within the herd to see where it is, and particularly little babies of that Impala, to follow its mother through bush, and for other members of the herd to see one another as they negotiate slightly thicker areas. So to not have that marking would be pretty difficult for them, and not ideal. You might hear the wind howling a little bit in the background. It's a windy day today. Typical cold front conditions. Alrighty, well, we'll sit here and watch these Impalas and see what else comes down. There comes some warthogs, so I'll have a look at those guys as they make their way closer.
Civilized to just found some black rhino tracks. A mother with a calf. The calf tracks are so small. They're somewhere here in this area, but it's too dense to walk this way. So we're gonna walk around where it's not so dense. Let's hope we get lucky.
And sometimes you often drag their feet forward and deposit the scent mark, which is that what they use to patrol their territory.
We managed to get a glimpse of the black rhino, but for safety reasons, of course, we held back and we walked a different way, but it was such a fantastic experience. We didn't just focus on the big things, because it's not all about the big things. We focused on army ants and lots of dung. Civilized did an incredible job, but it's up to the judges now.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene, rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
I love being a cam op for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
So I have crossed over the drainage line and I'm taking it very slow because I heard Impala's alarm calling. So the drainage line is now on my right. And this is very close to the area this morning where Marips and Tandi were. So I'm hoping that they may have come towards this section. So I'm just going really, really slowly. I'm checking the trees, the termite mounds, everything that looks like a leopard would enjoy it. And hoping that I bump into a spotted cat or some fresh tracks. So far, I have just passed the impalas. They are looking a little bit nervous still. But other than that, I haven't seen any fresh signs. So I'm in an area called Mamba Link or Mamba Road. And this is the drainage line that leads towards Twin Dams, which is the dam in the southeastern corner of Djuma. It is perfect for a leopard, and it's great conditions in terms of the weather for a leopard to be moving. Nico, yes, elephants might mud wallow in this weather. So mud wallowing serves a few purposes. The one is cooling down and protection from the sun. But the other one, which is quite important, is actually a little bit of pest control. So it helps guard any injuries and things like that against flies and other insects. And it also helps get rid of things like flies and insects. When they scratch it off when it's dried, it peels the insects off with it that were already on the skin. And I think elephants also just have a lot of fun doing it. It's a very social time for an elephant at a watering hole. And I think they really just enjoy that little bit of fun for the day. So yes, I think elephants would still mud wallow. They would mud wallow more frequently on a hot day. But I think they would still do it on a day like today. Alright, so while I carry on along this drainage line, hoping for my ribs, cross your fingers and toes, I'm going to send you to JP, who's ready to say good afternoon.
Welcome to WildEarth. We're live at Eco Training Pridelands on Bushwalk, and we just started our walk with 3 elephants. We just haven't really managed to figure out if it's males or females yet, as they're quite thick in the vegetation, and I haven't had a proper look at the head profile. We're not going to spend a lot of time with them because the wind is tend to swirling every now and then, and we would rather let them not detect us. So my name is JP LaRue, and behind the camera we've got BK. But let's see what our elephants are getting up to. We can just see again that the wind has started swirling, and the elephant furthest away from us, it looks like it's actually picking up its trunk. It's actually feeding, it's just now less of a hassle. So just to come back to the comment about Tessa made earlier on, it is likely that they can go and wallow and even swim in weather conditions like this. However, they are more likely to do so in incredibly hot weather. I have seen them in all kinds of weather conditions actually entering pools, with the exception for extremely cold winter days. River would also even sometimes go into the heat of the day, into those mud wallows and pools to go and have a swim. Even on a cool day like today, we can also quite often see that these elephants are still actually fanning their ears. Especially the individual at the back was just fanning their ears still a few minutes ago, just in an attempt to bring down their temperature by a few degrees Celsius. Well, we're going to start moving on because the wind is starting to swirl with our elephants and we don't want them to detect us. But let's go and see what Tessa is up to.
Yes, that does sound like a good idea, JP. I'm still bumbling, looking for any sign of Marips or Tundi. I'm hoping that they might be around here. I do know from one of the other guides that they were seen after lunch, so around 1:30 p.m. So they should still be around the area. It is actually one of those strange weather days. Kim, monkey oranges are, it's actually a tree, so you get different versions. You get a black monkey orange and those kinds of things. They're actually not the colors that they say they are. Monkey orange is a big green ball. It's actually really, really hard. And so to crack it open is actually quite a feat. And essentially it just looks like a perfectly rounded ball. It's just the fruit of the monkey orange tree. I'll see if I can find one for you and show you just now. I don't particularly like referencing the Lion King altogether too much on safari, as much as it inspired a lot of my life. But Rafiki had monkey oranges, those balls that were hanging in his home. Got some zebras. So this is the cut line that I wanted to come and check, just to see if there were any other tracks along here. And I'm very happy that I did, because I haven't seen very many zebras. I think they know it's my last afternoon. Absolutely beautiful female. She looks pregnant as well. Nicely rounded belly. The rest of the dazzle is here. It looks like a fairly small dazzle. So far I can see 4 zebras in total. Looks like there is one slightly younger one, which is this one in front. Behind is another big female. And to the far right there's a, looks like, oh, another female scratching herself. The zebras are really, really fun to be around because they're always doing something, scratching themselves, feeding, grooming each other. But this one is having such a comical scratch on that little bent part of the tree trunk, scratching her side. So this is quite an important part of an animal's life, is scratching when you've got an itch to try and get rid of pests, even if it's just above your tail or on your bum. And you can imagine a lot of the time that's where insects accumulate. Definitely using that branch to its advantage. Decoder, no. Animals won't get the same form of tick bite fever as us. They definitely can get sick, but it won't be quite the same as for us. So, for example, in most cat and dog species, it's actually called biliary. And if it's not treated quickly, and it's a severe case, it can cause death. But they certainly can get a multitude of diseases from animals and insects. And now the other side. Definitely having a very good scratch. That tree is actually quite perfectly shaped to scratch everywhere that you need to scratch. All the little spots on the neck. Jaden, you're 5 years old. Thank you so much for your question. To be 100% honest with you, I have never counted the stripes on a zebra, but each one is unique, so there would not be a definite answer. You'd have to count for each individual zebra that you're looking at, because it's kind of like a fingerprint. Every person's fingerprint is different. Every zebra's stripes are different. It works the same way. Very similar to, are zebras black with white stripes or white with black stripes? Difficult to tell, but actually their skin is dark. It doesn't have stripes on it. It's dark like the skin around their noses and inside their elbows, and the black stripe down the middle on the bottom. And it actually makes more sense for them to have started off as black, because white stands out too much. So similar to the white lions at Ngala that would struggle to hunt because they can't camouflage, a snow white zebra also wouldn't be able to camouflage. So it makes more sense that they're dark and then develop white stripes. But I'm going to sit with them for a little bit longer and just see what they decide to do. They are definitely entertaining me this afternoon. So the zebras are definitely enjoying the fire break this afternoon, and that is quite expected. It is nice and fresh here with new growth. And there you can see a perfect example of why zebras have stripes. Look at how confusing it is to try and work out where the zebra starts and ends when it's behind greenery and shrubbery. So the other zebra is actually still busy scratching itself. Scratching all angles. Interestingly enough, I can't hear any birds around today. Not in this area anyway. I have seen one or two flying over, but none are particularly chatty today. Can actually see how the skin is creased on the side there while he's bending. Very interesting. Certain angles the zebra looks like a female, and in certain angles looks like a male, but I think it is actually a male. When he's stretching, you just can't see properly. So this might actually form part of two purposes. One, to scratch the itch, and two, he's actually leaving some scent behind for other zebras. Does look very enjoyable though. Certainly providing a lot of entertainment this afternoon.
Well, we still got our Impalas lurking around and our warthogs that have come up from the dam itself and are just feeding in front of the camera and with the Impalas. I think everybody's feeling quite safe. I can't find Darkmane anywhere on the camera. He must have moved from where I last saw him this morning on my way home. He was sitting across the dam from these guys. So if we come out a little bit, he was kind of just on the right-hand side of this particular frame, behind the bush on the right-hand side. He was lying up just behind that, completely flat. He, in fact, didn't even lift his head when I came past. So I thought he'd still be there this afternoon. He probably is lying. It's one of these little bushes just underneath him. We can't see it. The sun kind of didn't come out, but it got warm at one point. So maybe he just decided to find a little bit of a shadier spot, or at least a spot out of the wind. So I don't know, maybe he's, like I say, lying up somewhere there. I've scanned around, I can't see anything of interest, but you never know. Difficult sometimes to see them when they lie flat. I was saying to Tess this morning, he was kind of right across the dam cam, but even then it was still not that easy to pick him up because of the bushes that were in the way. I think everyone's just enjoying being out and able to feed without being baked. A lot of these animals would have had a tough time over the last few days. Jaden, interesting question. You're asking how many animals need to be together to be considered a herd, pack, or pride. So in prides and packs, anything more than one. In fact, even one can be considered a pride. Pack, not so much, but pride, yes. So, like the Salala pride, for example, is a female, was her on her own. And then the Salala female, now she has the cub, so that's the Salala pride. In terms of herd, I would think anything more than one, any sort of plural version of those animals would be considered herd animals. But yeah, it's an interesting one. I don't know what the actual definition is, but more than one is generally referred to as a herd, pack, or pride by us. Not that it is in any way scientific. It's just how we refer to things. So like even if we have two wild dogs, we call them a pack of two. I suppose two Impala, I don't know if I'd call that a herd, but essentially it is. It's multiple of one species. It's an interesting kind of way to look at things. I think sometimes it's just easier to refer to things like that when you think that, there's, what else would you call it? If you've just got two or three or four, where would the line be? I think anything over or more than one becomes a group of animals, and therefore can be the collective noun can be applied. Nice to see everybody just sort of taking it very easy today. Like I say, the last few days it's been so hot that they haven't had an ability to kind of feed out in the open like this for long periods of time. They've had to kind of go from the water into the shade, water, shade. And that means that utilizing this greenish colored grass that's growing here is not all that easy. These guys, unfortunately, can only utilize what they can access. And so I think they're enjoying the fact that it's cool today. Nice to actually hear them feeding too. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but you can just hear every now and then their little mouths moving and grass being plucked. Ducks, no, there's no organization that comes up with the animal names. These names most of them are many years old. And so there's no organization that I know of that comes up with names in Africa. I think what you'll find is that when new species are discovered, then the scientific community comes together and they come up with a name. But that'll be, various different places will have various different rules about that, whether it be, if it's South Africa as opposed to Costa Rica, for example, there'll be slightly different rules about how the naming process works in those areas. And like I say, at the moment, mammals-wise in Africa, there's no real new mammals that we know about, and hasn't been for a number of years, whereas the insect world and even the amphibian, reptile world, they're still discovering new species in weird and wonderful places on this planet. And a lot of that, I think, will go through like zoological societies and things like those kind of things to be able to end up naming them. But I'm not sure what it would be for this area. I don't think anything has been described in a long time. And like I said, it's normally a scientific thing. There would need to be research into it. There would need to be genetic studies. There would need to be all kinds of things to prove that it is a new species, and then from there the naming normally is given to the person that actually discovered them. A lot of the time we find animals out here are named after the people that discovered them. So for example, birds is always the easiest one. If you look at Burchell's starling, so this bird that's sitting right here in amongst the impalas, Burchell was a person. And so he's got zebra and starling and a few other things named after him. There's, Livingston has got a couple things named after him. So that was kind of how they worked it back in the day, and even to this present day, we start to see the same thing. The flies must be bad out there. You can see the poor impalas having a tough time. Just in that spot, weirdly. I wonder if just that dung that's there from the ellies, there's still a few flies hanging around on that. Cody, you're asking how impalas look so clean. Well, Cody, it's because secretly they are in the bath every day, cleaning themselves, making sure that they're all squeaky. They groom themselves a lot, and they allo groom, so they'll come up to one another and groom each other, and they have quite a interesting tooth set that has gaps in it and with little ridges, and so they comb that through, and that gets rid of any loose fur, dust, and any other bits of debris that could be on them. And then they have this, which is an oxpecker, which gets rid of all the parasites. You see this oxpecker and how it's combing through the fur of this impala. If you watch its beak, it kind of comes through, so that again will also help with just getting rid of any loose fur. So they're pretty good at grooming themselves, and a well-groomed impala is a good thing. I'm sure the males appreciate these well-groomed females, and the females appreciate the well-groomed males, much like in the human world, I would imagine. Very, very similar to that. Let's see if we can get this little oxpecker sitting on this impala and combing through it. It's cool to see, to watch them. They're such busy birds. And you see how they use that beak. It's almost like a little pair of scissors rolling through the fur. Just making sure that everything is cleaned and looked after. The little red-billed oxpecker that's on this one. I saw some yellow-bills with that buffalo herd yesterday. Also pretty little birds. It's nice to see them coming back into fairly decent numbers. Most buffalo herds these days have little yellow-bills on them. No, impalas, don't run away from me. Shame they're having a tough time with flies. You can see how all of them are shaking ears. When that's that grooming that I was talking about earlier. You can see how they use their mouth just to scrape through and get rid of anything. I wonder if some days they feel like they don't want to have fur. Be interesting to know. Some days they're just like, fur is annoying. Want to get rid of it. Oh, that one's going to pee. Nice. Let's not be so close into that. It was a bit awkward. Anyway, we'll keep watching around the camera and see what else makes an appearance.
My name is Nomfundo Ndlovu, and I'm the Senior Project Manager for the WISA Schools and Youth Unit. I'm a qualified horticulturalist. I'm particularly passionate about supporting schools towards working through their sustainability journey and towards food sovereignty through our food gardening projects. A typical day in my work involves me overseeing our national projects and creating an enabling environment for schools to thrive and succeed in working towards self-reliance and sustainability, and really ensuring that no school gets left behind.
We're in the center of the reserve. It's a much more open area, so a completely different experience. It's also in the afternoon, so just a little bit hot, shall we say. We're following some lion tracks, and then we found the scat of a lion cub. So we didn't see the lions, but we decided to leave the area. It was getting a bit too dense and a bit too thick. So we've come all the way down to the water hole to have a little break, and then we're going to keep walking and see what else we can find. And TJ himself actually reminded us at the start of the walk that when you're on the vehicle, it's all about observing. But when you're on a walk, it's all about immersing yourself in nature, being part of the ecosystem. And that's exactly what happened today.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So I have officially added monkey orange to my list to look for this afternoon, so I can choke him. And it's funny, I was seeing them all along the drainage line earlier, and now that I'm out and about and have spoken about them, now I can't find one. But I will find one. Luckily it's not like a leopard that moves. So So I should find one somewhere along the drainage line. I am hoping though that I find a leopard close by too. That would be great. So I haven't seen any fresh tracks on the roads other than elephants. But I'm doing a bit of a loop back towards the drainage line. Just having a look if there is any movement. The temperature has dropped quite a lot. And so I'm hoping that means the predators are going to become more active. And I was actually thinking this morning, it's my last drive this afternoon and I've only seen maybe 2 fish eagles. I'd like to see some more fish eagles. Maybe a martial eagle. Oh. Lots of smaller birds out today. It's strange that there aren't bigger birds out, but maybe they're just struggling a bit with the wind. So I'm now looping, basically turning back down straight towards the riverbed, back to where those impalas were alarm calling. I haven't heard any more alarm calling, but at the same time it is quite difficult when you're driving. So I've got to stop every now and then and listen. When that zebra that I saw earlier finally stopped scratching himself, I could clearly see that he was a male. How funny. Standing in awkward positions and I couldn't tell. A lot of the knobthorn trees are starting to flower now as well. It seems like it's come up very quickly. And this is good news. Knobthorns are great for giraffes, they're great for birds, elephants. So it's a really good sign that all of the trees are starting to get some nice greenery. So while I bumble along and look for some spots, I'm going to send you walking over to JP on his bushwalk.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. We're also looking at a tree over here that is starting to form new green leaves. We also noticed in the last few days that also the weeping boer beans have started producing new leaves. So leaves are incredibly important for a tree. Firstly, we find that they evaporate, and when moisture evaporates from the leaves, it also creates suction from the roots, which can bring up nutrients and minerals to the other parts of a plant. And nutrients and minerals are important to go towards the leaves because leaves have a very unique ability of actually producing food in form of carbohydrates by means of using the nutrients and also carbon dioxide and sunlight, and then convert that into a usable form, which many other animals in this area can benefit from. We also find that one of the waste products that they produce when they are producing carbohydrates is actually oxygen, which we all benefit from, compared to us, which create carbon dioxide as a waste product. Therefore, trees are incredibly important in both urban as well as wilderness areas. So a few interesting things about this tree. I was asked earlier on today, is there any trees over here which is ultimately used for survival? And this is one of the great trees that can be used as a survival tree. The roots itself can be dug up and they hold a large amount of water, but they can also be converted into a mush, but it's almost like a porridge that can be cooked. Some of the other practical applications for this tree is actually using the incredibly soft wood, and that soft wood is perfect for making base plates. If you dry your base plate for a few months and it's super dry, and you use a hard stick from a raisin bush, you can start using it for making fire. Another question that I was asked earlier this morning is there any specific plants that can actually grow back once they've been damaged or killed by elephants? And this is one of the very few trees that actually can sort of spring back once they've been pushed over by elephants. And here we can see the tree has been partially pushed over and uprooted by the elephants. And one of the things interesting things, if we actually look at the Afrikaans name of this tree, it means kan nie dood, which means can never die. There's a number of other interesting practical applications for this tree as well. So if you are in need of actually washing some clothing, you can use the resin of some of these corkwood species, and you can actually boil that and turn it into a soap. And some species of corkwood, they've also used the resin as a hair straightener. We also find that some species of corkwood and some of the arid western parts of the western half of South Africa has also even been used as toothbrushes. There's also a fascinating, interesting association of an insect with this tree, and that association is with one of the flea beetles, which we mentioned earlier this week, which also associates with the marula tree. They'll drop close by down to the roots when they want to pupate, and those pupa are then dug up and then used as a poison, which is then put behind the arrow tips, and which is still up till today known antidote for. Well, we're going to move on from here, but before we move on, we're just going to cue you into one of the eco-training promotional clips. I'll tell you a little bit more about what we do, and it also provides an absolutely awesome discount if you would like to come and join us on a course.
Operating for 27 years, Eco Training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. WildEarth has been working closely with Eco Training to promote the safari guide industry and create awareness for its importance. This is why, for 1 month only, we are offering all WildEarth viewers an opportunity to receive a discount on an Eco Training safari guide course. Contact Eco Training today to find out more, and remember to quote Eco Wild Live to receive your discount.
Still just watching the impalas and the warthogs. There's not really much else to show for things, but it's giving us a nice view of warthogs because, warthogs often are quite flighty animals for us. We don't generally get to see a lot of them, but sometimes, if you're on the dam cam, they feel comfortable enough to show themselves and to give you a fairly decent view, or to run off the frame. It's either one, really. It just depends on what's going on. It's just they've been in the frame for so long now, and then all of a sudden when we go live they decide they want to depart. And I suppose they just wanted it to be for my eyes only, except that the dam cam goes to all over the place, so it wasn't just for me. Anyway, there goes that warthog too. I think it's the impalas that are disrupting their general flow. Let's see if we can keep up with warthog. Go, little warthog. All right then. Had to run quite far there, but didn't want to be left behind, which is fair enough. If you're a warthog, you don't necessarily want to be left behind. But you can see how mobile they are, even on those front little legs. They do pretty well, pretty quickly to get going. I think this is them departing off down Twin Dams Road, which is where they came from earlier. See how that nose works? So they feed on their knees because it's easier. They don't have to stretch when they're feeding. They can literally go on their knees, and then they can use that disc-like snout to be able to find food, so they're able to dig and root around. And if they're standing, they have to kind of stretch, and it's uncomfortable. So it's almost like you know, I'm trying to think of a good analogy for this as a person, but it's like, imagine holding something out in front of you with your arms dead straight and stretching to grab it and then just holding it there. It starts to get uncomfortable after a while, whereas if you pull your arm in slightly and you kind of bend it and hold it, you have a lot longer period that you can do that. So the time under stress is far less than if they are standing up. So going down on their knees and then having that little nose to work is far more comfortable than not. Where are you, Dark Man? Okay, well, he's definitely not there, because there goes a Ngala bull right where I left him. So I thought maybe he was lying up in that area there, but he's definitely moved. That Nyala's walking literally where he was sitting earlier. Wouldn't it be crazy if he just came running out and grabbed that Ngala? That would be wishful thinking. And also completely out of character. Although he did jump on an elephant on the damn cam the other day, which is pretty ridiculous. Imagine if he had brought that elephant down. That would have been amazing. But there goes our Ngala. Doesn't seem too perturbed by anything out there. I don't think we need to worry too much about Dark Man lurking and us missing him. Oh, here comes our warthogs again. You guys gonna go for a little drink? They're all over the place, these guys. Little hairy bums. They are actually a lot more hairy than we give them credit for. Lots and lots and lots of hair all over those guys. These are still young warthogs though, so it's not surprising. They're still a little bit hairy. You can see that they've kind of picked up their knees. No, don't go so fast. Come back here. Back off they go. There we go. Alright, well, we'll keep watching our little warthogs root around. They make me laugh, these guys. So we'll enjoy them and see what else they get up to. Well, not much has changed on the warthog front. I think what we'll do is just sit here and enjoy the three of them feeding and listening to the sounds of the bush. Alrighty, well, we'll carry on scanning around. Hopefully more than just the warthogs makes its way at some point down towards the water.
Hello everyone, I bet you already know where you are. You're here with me in Cape Town this afternoon. I'm so glad to be with you, and I thought it was quite fitting. Oh, by the way, it's me, Trishala, if you didn't know already. I've got Jason on camera with me. We're here at Cozy Bay, and I thought it was quite fitting that we're here today because I do have to tell you that is the last time you'll be seeing me for a little while. I did hope that I'd be able to prepare you, but the way that the days worked out, I was not able to. So today we're going to spend these few hours together and have a ball here at Cozy Bay, and then I will say thank you very much at a later stage. But for now, let's just enjoy ourselves with the beauty here at Cozy Bay. We've got the seals all the way in the distance on those wonderful rocks. I saw some cormorants come through. The tide is going out, which I'm so thankful for. It feels like the last couple of weeks when we've been coming to Cozy Bay, it's always been super high tide, but today we've got our timings really well. You can see the tops of the kelp all exposed and so gracefully moving in this very, very light tide that we're seeing here. Tide's going out. It's going to be low tide about 5:15. And there's something so gentle and beautiful about being in this spot. So Cozy Bay is really protected, which means that you don't get too much of the big swell coming through. And here is a beautiful example of that. Now I'm going to be quiet for a little bit and let us all enjoy the sounds. There's a lot of gentle swishing and pushing and movement of water as it moves around the rocks. I'm just going to bend down so you have we can get some better audio of it. Hi, Sandy. Say that name. Amazing. And for the last, all of you, just how much I love science. And Sandy is one of the things that make me even more in awe of nature's all these complexities, and also the simpleness of it, all these pure little moments that we can have just listening to the water move and watching it, and then all of those other more complicated and complex things, like the composition of all the biodiversity that's in this water, on these rocks. Certainly is amazing, as you said, Sandy. I just want to direct you, Jason, to this kelp that's right here. Probably closest to us. That's the tall kelp or the sea bamboo that we get, the Ecolonia maxima. And it's very common. It's the most common kelp you get on this coastline. But it is extraordinarily beautiful. There with the sun kind of touching it and giving it this bronze tinge. And I love how it moves from side to side. And a nice slimy mucus along those blades to help it move. Bit of a bigger swell come through. Help it move in the water like mermaid's hair. Anyway, let me send you over to Tessa in Djuma, and then we'll see what intertidal stuff we can do this afternoon.
Mermaid's hair sounds very interesting, Trishala. I don't know if I would like to have slimy hair, even if I was a mermaid. Sounds a little bit scary. Oh, there's an elephant. There's some elephants, yay. But to try and find a view, there was a gap further back. Let's have a look. So I'm actually checking along the drainage line, and this is what I was hoping for. Elephants and a leopard. Oof, it's a small gap. Do you think you can get it in, Paul? Let's give it a bash. So it looks like there's actually a whole family of elephants down in the drainage line. That is one of them, and the others are actually off to the right. She's quite an odd-looking female. As you'll notice, she doesn't have any tusks. And she is quite old. So she's very possibly never ever had tusks in her life. I don't think they broke that short. I think she is one of the, I want to say, adapted elephants. A lot of elephants these days, unfortunately, fortunately for them, unfortunately in the reasoning behind it, a lot of elephants are over time changing to have genes for much smaller tusks. And that is due to the large amount of poaching throughout Africa. Unfortunately, what that does is it means that the only elephants that grow and survive to the point where they can reproduce for a long amount of time are elephants that have little or no tusks. So you'll probably find it was actually a weaker gene. It was always better to have big tusks as an elephant so that you can feed and you can fight. And some elephants had weaker genes or genes for smaller tusks, which would actually not favor them in terms of fighting with other males or elephants, as well as some feeding, for example, ring barking on trees. So it actually disadvantaged them. But in the overall scheme, it's advantaged elephants because those elephants are not poached. There is no ivory to be poached. So they have passed on their genes enough to the point where we are now seeing elephants that have no tusks for their entire lives. That gene is getting stronger and stronger. Very sad reasoning behind it. I'm happy that it's helping the elephants in terms of the overall scale of survival against humans. But in the way that it might affect them when they're feeding and moving, it might not be a good thing. Obviously, that being said, she wouldn't be alive if she had needed the tusks purely for survival. She would have had to make a plan, and she's definitely done that to get to the age that she is, because I'd say she's quite an old cow, at least over 40 years old. You can see some movement in the background from other elephants. But I think I might actually have to just try and reposition here. I am going to go a little bit further forwards and just see if I can get another gap. I'm so happy to see some elephants this afternoon. I was just saying to him, Paul, it is so quiet without any elephants around. And it's because of the cooler weather. The elephants, don't have to stick to drainage lines. They don't have to come to the watering holes. They can actually just spread out. There's a small gap there. It's quite a tough position. Yvonne, you're 9 years old. Thank you so much for your question. Elephants don't very easily get sick. They might get things like infections from open wounds if it's a severe wound or bacteria, and they might struggle with that. They also don't particularly like very dirty water, probably for the same reason. They don't want to get sick, but they don't often get diseases and die like you would find, bovine tuberculosis in buffaloes or in lions. You won't find that in elephants. So they are quite the survivors. Their biggest threat is humans. There you can see they have dug a hole, and so mom and calf are both busy drinking some water down in the riverbed. The rest of the elephants seem to be moving along the banks and feeding. There are quite a few coming into the riverbed. They look like they're actually crossing towards us, which I'm very excited about. Maybe they're actually heading in the general direction of Vuyatela Dam. Although they might only arrive there later on because they're feeding along and moving very slowly. That's actually a young male coming in from behind there. And he, I would say, is almost at the age of moving off. Cyrus, I wouldn't think that elephants would get affected by fermented food. That is what the digestive system is designed to do, is the food ferments in the body or in the gut. Elephants are particularly fussy, though, about what they eat. So you wouldn't find an elephant picking up anything that is already fermented. Bear in mind, it takes quite a lot for plants to ferment. Elephants usually only eat, fresh leaves, fresh grass, roots, fruits, those kinds of things. And so it would be very, very difficult to find something fermented for them to eat because there are so many other animals and scavengers around. But elephants are actually one of the fussiest feeders and the fussiest in terms of water. They will dig to find clean water rather than drink from a waterhole very, very close by, because the waterhole's accumulated a lot of bacteria and things like that. Very similar with food. They will go out of their way to find fresh food. Elephants have a very, very good sense of smell and sense of hearing. And they'll use all of their senses to their advantage when they are listening for water underground or listening for water at a dam. I think what I am going to try and do, though, I'm going to see if I can find a place to get into this drainage line or move around so we can get a better gap. But hopefully I can find you a nice clear view of those elephants that are digging for water there.
Here we are. We are on an expedition. This is the expeditionary force. Behind me, we have seen Tlalamba. We are very excited.
We had a very exciting start to our morning this morning. Today, it's our guided sunrise safari with Mike, and we started by looking at the moon through a telescope, which was incredible. It's been a very different drive from all the other ones, very interactive.
Your pigeal gland is something the hoopoes have in common.
Hi. This morning's drive with Mike was thoroughly enjoyable. He really engaged us, but we also did some birding, and I managed to add a few new birds onto my list. Overall, every single experience with all the competitors has been really incredible, but it's up to the judges now.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is the call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops! Oof!
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
When you left me, we were chatting about the kelp and how silky and soft it looks as it moves through the water with all that mucus around its blades. And that also means that some animals really like to play in that kelp. And we have some great examples of those animals just up there in the rock. It's the seals, our Cape fur seals. You'll often see them moving around in the kelp. They will use it sometimes for protection against any predators that might follow them. Sharks love a good sealy meal, as well as orcas. I told you before, we have both of those animals on our coast here in Cape Town. And the kelp is a great refuge for that. It means that they can kind of blend in. You can see that the kelp is a browny color, and obviously so are the seals. And the play of light, how much light comes in and how much goes through the blades of the kelp, help the seals to actually be able to maneuver around predators. But they also like to hang out in the kelp because divers are often in the kelp, and there's very, very curious animals. They sometimes come straight up to divers, sometimes really close. It can give you a bit of a scare. And of course they are wild animals, regardless of how cute they are or how puppy-like they may look, as I think so. They're still wild animals, so whenever and if you ever come to Cape Town and you dive here or anywhere in the world and you manage to find a seal underwater, don't approach it, don't touch it. Just stay still, let it be. Try not to wiggle your fingers, because, like I said, they're wild animals with sharp teeth, and they can very easily give you a little nip. At the moment, it seems like most of them are resting. I only see one head picked up. It was so windy today. This morning it was like 37 kilometer per hour winds, if not gusts of even more than that. And I'm so glad. I thought, oh, this afternoon it's going to be so windy at Cozy Bay, but it's just turned out to be the most magnificent afternoon, and I'm sure that the seals appreciate that too. They can absorb some nice heat. They've got their bellies against the rocks. It means their bellies are nice and warm, their backs are nice and warm. And of course, if they get too warm, they can jump into the water. Hi, Madden. I almost got your question. I did hear on a seal, but no worries. Gwen, our director, she'll help me in a moment with your question, but thanks for asking. Still didn't get it. I'll tell you what I think you said, or what you think you asked, and I don't think so. Actually, I got it now that I said it in my head. Would a whale feed on a seal? There we go. Finally, I got it. So the majority of the whales that we're getting around here are baleen whales, and other whales that are not baleen whales. This is a pretty substantial meal. So whales, despite being really large animals, they need to feed on things that are abundant because they take up a lot of biomass in their food. And the thing is that they can't eat this whole island of seals in the most simple way. They can't eat the whole island of seals, and ultimately they'll need the whole island of seals in weight to be able to live. So what whales will usually go after are much smaller animals. Things like krill, maybe even small fish. But basically anything that they can take in a whole lot of water and be able to get a lot of biomass from that. And eating one seal is really not going to do it. So a cetacean that will feed on seals. So remember, a shark is not a cetacean. A shark is an elasmobranch. So that means that it's got a cartilaginous skeleton as opposed to a bony skeleton. So a fish has a bony skeleton, and a shark has a cartilaginous skeleton. And a cetacean is a marine mammal. So a cetacean is a whale, but other cetaceans include things like dolphins. So the only type of cetacean that would feed on these Cape fur seals are orcas, and we do get orcas around here. So remember orcas are sometimes called killer whales, but that's just a name because they're not a whale, they're a type of dolphin. A very, very large one, but certainly a type of dolphin. So that's the only cetacean that we'd find preying on these seals. But they all look pretty relaxed, I must say. So maybe we'll hop along the rocks and see what else we can find, but I'm going to send you back over to Tessa while Jason and I do that.
So I am still sitting with my elephants in the riverbed. I have finally found a better position. And you can see where they are drinking water very quietly and calmly in the hole that they have dug into the sand. Looks like the rest of the herd with the smaller calves has carried on moving down the drainage line. But these three are still around. You can hear how much water they're getting. It is quite a lot. And this is probably when an elephant is the most patient, is when they've dug a hole and they wait for the water to filter through from the surrounding soil and soak up into the hole. They can spend lots and lots of time just standing next to a hole as it fills up, drinking, and then waiting for it to fill again. You can imagine how clean this water is in the drainage line. It's been filtered very, very well by all these fine grains of sand. Sand acts as a natural filter for all water sources. This female closest to us actually has quite a tear in her ear, so that'll be a very distinct marking or a marker for this elephant when she's older. It's a perfect V cut out of her ear. Probably found she was walking through the brush and it tore on a branch. So the bigger female has actually got a younger calf behind her, so you probably find these three are a family. Lucy, the lifespan of an elephant in the wild is to about 60 years old. It can be longer in captivity, but in the wild is the number that we like to talk about. And that's actually based on their teeth. So elephants don't usually die of disease or old age in that sense. They actually die of starvation mostly out here in the wild. And that's because they have a very unique dental structure. Elephants have to take in a big male up to 300 kilograms of food in a day. He has to chew it, which is the first step of digestion. It goes through the body. About 30% of it is actually digested, and the rest comes out almost completely whole. And so as that is happening, they're constantly putting in more food. Now what happens is elephants have 6 sets of teeth that they go through in their life. Each set lasts about 10 years, and then it's slowly getting worn down over those 10 years, and once worn down, the next set of teeth comes in. What happens then is by the time they get past the 6th set, they unfortunately don't have a 7th set that comes through, probably because the jaw structure would have to be a lot bigger to hold that many teeth. And so they've had to adapt to having these 6 sets instead of more. And then when that 6th set has worn down, unfortunately, that means they cannot chew their food properly. And so what happens is the stomach and the digestive system can't process the plants because they are still whole. You have to break down the very tough cellulose outer wall of the plant, which is basically the firm structure that holds a plant together. You have to break that down to access the nutrients in the middle. And because they can't break it down, they end up not being able to process the food, and so they'll end up slowly starving over time. That is why you might see older elephants in particular that are looking thin, but also older elephants that are staying near water holes because they try to fill up on water and they try to eat some of the softer plants that grow in and around the water, just to try and get some food in and aid with the digestion, since their first step is then missing. You can see that little calf trying to push in to get some water there at the bottom. Very, very cute. Tiny little tusks showing, so maybe about 3 years old or so. But I'm going to stay here with these elephants a little bit longer and just see what happens. There are two playful bulls that are moving around chasing each other. So hopefully I get to show you that just now. I'll send you over to JP in the meantime on Bushwalk.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. We're just looking at a small little interesting plant that just started flowering over here. And this is known as a common bush cherry, or bushveld cherry bush is one of the alternative names for this little plant. It's one of the members of the caper family, and some of the other caper family members which we do find in this area is a woolly caper bush, which is probably one of the trees that is most widely used for a number of magical purposes in this area. We also find that we also have shepherd's tree, which is also closely related to these. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that a bit later. So one of the uses for this plant is that you can actually dig up the roots and you can roast it and use it as an alternative for chicory, so technically for the making of coffee. We also see that you can use the shepherd's tree precisely in the same way by utilizing the roots for making chicory, or using the product that you've made from it after roasting by mixing it with coffee to actually extend the bulk of that coffee. One of the things that I did notice in this area is that they quite often are growing in association with termite mounds, as that we have a small little termite mound over here. It's possible that the seeds might have been brought back by the termites at some point and then germinated into this nutrient-rich hotspot. We often find that termite mounds and the areas directly around termite mounds is incredibly rich in nutrients, and therefore often we also see that grasses around that area is very shortly grazed because of the high palatability of the grasses that's growing on that area. Termites are also important for us, not just in recycling nutrients and minerals by feeding on dead plant material, as well as assisting with germination of seeds in this case, or bringing seeds back, or providing a nutrient-rich hotspot. But they're also incredibly important in providing food to a wide range of different mammal species as well as birds. And one of those bird species is some of the brown raptors that will move into southern Africa in the next few weeks. Those large brown eagles, they simply use the rain fronts, and they use these termites as they emerge as a fueling station, as fuel to migrate their way southwards. We're going to move on and go and see what the others are up to.
Well, we've had the most epic sighting of a heron catching a fish and stabbing it and trying to swallow it. You've kind of come now at the end of it where the fish is most of the way down already. But it's a type of bream that we get out here. It looks like a Mozambican tilapia is what we call them. And it's a large fish for the size of the bird. You can see it's struggling a little bit to get it down. These guys do have a few spines on them, and if the fish isn't dead, then it directs those spines and makes it harder. But there we go. It's going to go down now. You can see how the whole neck is expanded on this heron. It is a massive meal for this bird. It was interesting to watch it though. It was stabbing it. It was kind of washing it off with sand, or once it got onto the sandbank, and then it would wash it off, clean it. Eventually got a little bit of water to try and kind of swallow it. And just now that it might take in a gulp of water just to try and help it kind of slide down, but it looks incredibly uncomfortable right now. I'm not sure swallowing a fish of that size whole is very pleasant, but you know, it's part and parcel of life, and it's a good meal for this particular heron. You can see how the whole neck is expanded and it's trying to kind of swallow it down. And it's also why they go head first. They know that the spines on any of these fish, if it goes head first, get to fold back on the body. If they swallow by the tail, then those spines can catch in the throat and make it much harder to swallow. So this is a slow and steady kind of push down the throat and into the stomach. It's going to be uncomfortable for a while, but it'll eventually come through. But it was pretty cool. I was actually watching Egyptian geese, and I saw it kind of grab the fish out of the corner of my eye, and then watched it kind of wrestle with it for a little bit, and then put it onto the bank and kind of go after it from there. Been a number of days that we've been following this heron, and I don't think we've seen it eat in those days, so it's nice to actually see it getting something. We've done quite a few dam cam shifts of late, so watching the live kill is always good. Not that you guys maybe saw the kill part, but I mean, you saw the end part of it where it was swallowed. Looks as though it's immediately regretted its decision, though, doesn't it? It doesn't look like it's exactly comfortable right now. But once it's down, it's down. They don't. I've never seen one regurgitate one out and try to swallow it in a different way. They just kind of try and work it, and eventually it gets down the neck and towards the stomach. Sometimes they'll take water and try and kind of just get it to lubricate it down into the stomach. But this one looks very uncomfortable at the moment. They don't have a crop like what you'd see on an owl or a vulture, where it's very, very big. They have this long neck, and then it eventually gets down towards the stomach. So what you'll see is that the neck will expand out, and it almost acts pretty similar to a crop in many ways, in that it's expansive, and it allows food to slowly pass down into the stomach area, and then the crop will sit just at the join of the neck and the body itself. So you don't notice the crop really on herons, like I say, not like you would on vultures particularly, but they do have a little one there. This particular fish, though, will go all the way down, I'm pretty sure, into the stomach. I don't think it's going to stop at the crop. They must have very strong digestive tracts to break down the bones of these fish. There we go. A little bit of water just to try and ease it down. You can see already in the throat area, it looks like that fish has already gone a little further down and still sitting a little bit in the neck, but it'll eventually kind of come from there and then into the stomach. A little bit. Is it regurgitating? It does look like it. It's so difficult to see kind of the detail when we're this zoomed in, but it seems like it might have regurgitated it just a little bit. There it is coming out. Let's see how that neck is pushing. I don't know if this thing has gotten a bit stuck. Come on, let's see if it goes down. Shame, I feel bad. We're kind of watching it in a compromised position at this stage. It's like catching somebody at the fridge at 2 o'clock in the morning with a whole bunch of pizza in their mouth. Actually, I have a funny story about this. So Steve, who was one of our guides here, I'm sure he'll make an appearance again at some point, but Steve is mostly vegetarian. He pretty much eats veggies for the most part, but every now and then he has a meat craving. And the one day the guys said that they went to the kitchen, somebody went there late at night, and they found Steve eating a little lamb chop in the corner of the kitchen by himself, and just reminds me of this heron, like a little guilty face looking at everybody while he was doing it. It was a long time ago, and I think subsequent to that, I don't think he eats much meat now, but it was at the phase where he was kind of changing a little bit from meat to becoming more vegetarian based. But it's just very funny. It's the same look this heron is giving at the moment. All right, well, we'll see what this heron gets up to and whether or not it gets to swallow this fish whole.
I'm still sitting with the young female. She is still filling up on some nice clean water. And the rest of the herd has started moving up the banks of the drainage line looking for some greenery. You can see how she's having to bend over to try and get low enough for the water because there's probably not that much left. But let's just watch her and listen to the birds. It seems like an amazing birding spot here in the little riverbed. So the most prominent bird calls at the moment is a pearl-spotted owlet. There's a grey-headed bushruck, which is the long tone that you can hear constantly in the background. Some Burchell's starlings and some impalas bouncing around in the bushes. What a beautiful spot, especially this time of the day where it's nice and calm and animals are starting to move around before nightfall. So I'm actually just watching. There's a herd of impalas that's come down towards this young female that's drinking. And it is quite thick on the banks of the riverbed, and I think they are feeling a bit nervous because of the weather. It's perfect conditions for predators. And another elephant came up behind the impalas and they scattered as though there was a leopard coming at them. But I think it was actually just the young elephant that was chasing them off, and they weren't expecting it. This female has been drinking on her own for the last 3 or 4 minutes. The rest of the adults have moved on, and I think she's probably just trying to get in a little bit more before nightfall and before they start moving again. There are a lot of birds that are suddenly very active, and I think it's because the wind has dropped. You can hear them more clearly and they are flying around. I haven't heard any alarm calls from birds. I haven't heard alarm calls from the impalas. So I definitely think, as nervous as they are, they just got a bit of a fright from the elephant. This female's having to bend lower and lower to get water. You can imagine they've dug quite a deep hole. And for the adults, it's actually fairly easy. But for a younger elephant, you have to stretch a lot further to reach the bottom of that hole, especially after the adults have been drinking, because they might have finished a lot of the water and she might be left with the scraps at the bottom while it's still filtering through. This is the perfect spot for a leopard to pop up. Harris, yes, most elephants should have hair on their tails. It is very, very thick hair. It's a lot thicker than you can imagine any hair ever being. I have seen 1 or 2 elephants that don't have hair on their tails, whether that is a genetic thing or whether it's, maybe they're starting to go bald when they're getting older. I don't know. But they should have hair on their tails. It is such a little bit of hair that you would think it doesn't really serve much of a purpose, but when they're whipping it around trying to get rid of flies, I think a hair that thick, even if it was one, would hurt the fly. So it definitely does serve a purpose. You can imagine as well as a youngster, if something tries to grab you by the tail and it only gets hairs, that's a lot better than actually grabbing the vertebra or the tail itself. So I'm sure as much as it doesn't look like they need it, it is still very useful. I've seen some elephants with very, very, very long hairs on their tail. This ones are quite short. You can hear the other elephants moving in the background. Sounds like they're getting some branches off of the trees. How beautiful is that grey-headed bushrat calling in the background? That long, beeping, slow tone. Really is a stunning, stunning day with perfect conditions, especially now that it's actually starting to get quite dark quite quickly because it's so thick with clouds. So I think the animals are all feeling that pressure change with the rain coming, and they're starting to move a lot more quickly to get to where they want to go before the rain hits. Everyone except this female who is still very happily drinking. I actually already heard a pearl-spotted owlet earlier, which is quite early in the day for them. But again, it's the weather. Looked like she was finally done, but she has changed her mind. Not done yet. You can see there's a beautiful brown-hooded kingfisher that's landed just above her head there. She's probably sniffing to try and work out, and listening as well to work out which way she wants to go, because the young bulls went off to the right and her mom and her younger sibling went off to the left. So it looks like she wants to go back to the mom. This is very typical for elephants. They are matriarchal, and so females tend to stay in the herd their entire life unless the herd splits into a smaller group. I'm going to move a little bit forward for you, just so that there isn't any brush in the way. There we go. A little bit of a clearer view of her as she moves up the bank there. So this female will most likely stay with her mom and her younger sister for her entire life. So even if a big herd of elephants splits, if they are struggling for resources and they decide to split up, moms and daughters and second daughters and third daughters and the daughters' daughters, so granddaughters, usually stay together. The bulls leave, and you might find sisters will split. So if there's a matriarch with quite a few daughters and granddaughters, they'll stay together, and the matriarch's sister might stay. But if there's another female elephant that's not as closely related, maybe a cousin, that elephant and all of her daughters and granddaughters and so on, they will end up splitting off, and then when the resources come back, they might end up coming back together. Alright, and just like that, she is gone. So I am going to carry on with my bumble. head further up the riverbed because I've just come from that side where the elephants have disappeared too, so I'm going to keep going up along the bank of the river and hope that I find one of the predators moving around. I would love to see that pearl-spotted owlet that's been calling. Oh, bumpy. Alright, let me see what I can find further up the riverbed. The impalas actually ran off this way.
If you are a Wild Earth explorer, then we are excited to announce that there is another unique prize for you to win. Sign up to be an explorer before the 16th of October 2021, and you and a friend could be heading off to an eco-training ranger experience. This 2-night opportunity offers a living and learning adventure where you will combine seeing incredible nature with gaining knowledge on how animals live in the wild. You will approach dangerous game on foot, learn how to track, do some 4x4 driving, and have an exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team behind the scenes on the live show. After each action-packed day, you will relax around the campfire and listen to the nighttime choir of animal sounds before you drift off to sleep. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
The scribe here collected a dry grass, put it next to the water hole as the hippo walks down during the warm of the day to drink the water. When the hippo arrives, he saw quite a very nice grass, an area not to resist to rest. And when the hippo went down to drink the water, and when finished the water, he just lied down on the grass. And then, that was the opportunity of the scribe. You know what? Today is my day to pay the revenge.
Well, we did have a hyena on the dam cam briefly, but it's gone northwards away from the dam. I can't see it anymore. It's kind of traveling in this direction. So, I'm not sure there's any... there it is. You can see it now. You can just see it lurking in the background there. Can't see who it is, but just busy moving off up north. I wonder if it's just not on the trail of where Darkmane's been walking. Maybe that's the way that he headed. I heard a game drive radio a little bit earlier from the microphone, so I wonder if it wasn't somewhere that side. Otherwise, not very much is happening. I had to quickly run out to the loo, so I don't know what happened with our heron when I got back. The heron wasn't there and the hyena was there, so I don't know if the heron regurgitated and the hyena ran in and stole it. You can see a vehicle that's just driving up in that direction at the moment to go and see. Let's just zoom in there and just have a look if there's any sign of anything on the bank. Oh, if there was, the fish was left there, the hyena would have eaten it pretty quickly. It wouldn't have taken long to get rid of it. Isaac, in what way? Do you mean like a new species of predator, or so we're talking like, if let's say hypothetically tigers were introduced here, or we're talking kind of one of the animals that occurs here, so leopard, lion, or something like that? If it's one of the animals that occurs here, something like leopard or lion, it would be a very, 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 very cruel thing to release any of them here. One, because we have a high density of both of those animals, and that means that they're going to fight with one another, and it's going to lead to death of cubs, and maybe even of the relocated animal itself, or some sort of injury to be sustained by those animals. So, you know, that's something that you really shouldn't be doing. Relocation of predators is for areas where there's an underpopulation, not a kind of healthy population that's in equilibrium. I think there's a lilac-breasted roller. Oh, that's cool. So yeah, you don't really want to tinker with that kind of stuff. If you had to introduce something like a tiger here, I mean, I don't know actually what would happen then. No one's ever done it. They don't occur here. They never have. So it would probably upset the whole balance. And it would be interesting because tigers not being pride animals, it would be quite an interesting dynamic between them and lions. The lions, while maybe not as large and as heavy as tigers, have the numbers game. So I don't think that the tigers would outcompete them just purely based off the numbers. One-on-one, I think the tiger would kind of be quite intimidating to most lions. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting way to think about it. But you won't get introductions of pretty much anything in this area anymore. The population of predators here is pretty solid. All right, while we scan around the dam, I think Rusty is hopefully almost ready. Let's send you across to Trish, who's at a much larger water body in the form of the ocean and the beach.
Well, best of luck with all your scanning, Tristan. I'm sure you'll find something crazy on the dam cam, maybe a tiger. If you're into it, maybe it'll help you answer that question. No tigers, please, in our reserve. We want only natural habitat, please. Well, here on the coast, we are still watching some of the seals. Unfortunately, I did find a couple small things, but I wasn't able to share it with you guys. So I thought, never mind, let me share as much as I can with you this afternoon. And that means having a nice look and spending some time with the seals. So I know that we can't get a very close look at the seals. They're kind of these little things all the way at the end of the lens. And a lot of them are blend into the rock very well. But I hope that you can get a good view. But if you did get to see it really closely, you'll find that the Cape fur seals have these tiny little pinnae, little exterior portions on their ear, and these really big ears, big eyes, and those large eyes help them to see very well in the water. And they obviously need to do that because they're predators, they're carnivores, they need to be able to catch their prey, and in order to do that they need to use their eyesight and something else. We'll get back to that in a moment, but their eyes are well adapted to seeing very well in the water and then seeing fairly well on air. Human eyes would be better in air, but in water not. The seal would win. They also have a tapetum lucidum. It's that reflective layer of cells in the eye that we've gotten so used to talking about because we know our lovely leopards and many of the animals in Djuma actually have that, which makes it really easy in order to find them. So they've got these reflective layer at the back, kind of like what we call cat's eyes. And I'm sure those of you who have a cat sometimes spooked by a cat in the middle of the night, maybe. But I had a question by Stella, from Stella, and he wanted to know how do they get up onto those rocks. So, as I'm sure you remember and you would know, they have a quite an awkward stance like that, and the back flippers are able, or the hip rather, is able to twist and move them in kind of this, almost like a lobster, like in the shoveling way, and then the front flippers are quite large to help them maneuver, and those are nice and leathery almost, so they're not covered in fur, so they can use that and a whole lot of friction to haul themselves up onto the rocks, just like that, yes. But apart from that, if they're really struggling, they'll often wait for a nice big wave to come through and assist them to get up into the rock. But remember, that's their lifestyle, so they're going to be well adapted and suited to be able to pull themselves onto the rock. So thanks for that question, Stella. I know lots of people, ridiculous that all of them end up on that rock and the rock seems so high. But also, like I said, we're experiencing a lower tide at the moment, and at high tide it's a little bit easier, and those large waves make it a little easier too. Now, I said to you that they use their eyes quite a lot, in fact mostly their eyes, in order to hunt like most animals, but they also use their whiskers. So each one of those whiskers, and you would have seen them, that's what for me makes them quite dog-like, is how many whiskers they have, and kind of the whole muzzle area. They've got these cheeks, you know. So these whiskers, or vibrissae, are basically modified hairs, as you guys would know. Again, I'm going to reference our predators that we're used to seeing in Djuma and at the other reserves. And each one of those little modified hairs are nice and thick, and each one can move on its own. And that means that they can help the seal determine if there's something moving around the seal. Maybe there's a little fish that grazes the whiskers, or even just moves the water around the whiskers. So it's almost like a super tactile sense. We know our fingers and our sense of touch from our fingers and our digits, but it's really nothing compared to that of whiskers. So at the base of each one of those whiskers, imagine a little blood-filled sac. Tiny, tiny, tiny. You're not going to be able to see it with your eyes. And then every time that whisker moves, it's changing the pressure in that sac and the movement in that little blood-filled sac, and it gets amplified. And then all that information gets sent to their brain to help them do what they need to do in order to live, to find as many fish or squid or octopus, crustaceans that they can in order to survive. I was very lucky. I mean, I've been very lucky in Cape Town altogether. I told you I saw a caracal, porcupine, so many whales, sharks, but I also saw not too long ago a seal that was being bombed by all these seagulls, and then that's what drew my attention. And then I saw it flip this octopus up in the air, and then it landed in the water, and I don't know what happened. But anyway, it was super, super cool. Cape Town has been magnificent to me.
Well, Cape Town is a magnificent part of the world, so I'm glad that Trish has enjoyed it. I'm sad to see Trish go. I was really hoping that she was going to be back this side, but you know, we all have to move on at some point in life, and we all have to kind of do something different, and it's sometimes healthy to go on. I see a car moving there, so I just wanted to zoom in a little bit just to see if I can see anything. Maybe it's Darkmane. I can see two cars there actually. So maybe Darkmane is lying somewhere behind that bush. That would make sense. So we'll just keep an eye out whether or not he comes down. I'm going to be leaving the dam cam now anyway. I'm going to be heading out on drive, go and see what I can find. Rusty seems to be sorted. It's going to be interesting to see if Rusty is in good shape and if the signal is better. I'm really hoping it will be. That will have a bit more freedom of movement. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. There's nothing much else that's lurking on a windy, cold afternoon. It's not the right kind of conditions for waterhole visits this afternoon. Most animals will just be taking it easy. Now, I know some of you said there was ellies at the pan, but I've looked and can't find any sign of ellies anywhere, not even in the periphery on the bushes here. It doesn't seem like they hung around if they were there. They must have gone somewhere else. Otherwise, very, very quiet. Alrighty, I'm gonna head on off the dam camp and go and explore the bush for what it is. Hopefully we'll get some luck and find something this afternoon.
Oh, we've got some gulls coming in as well. Oh, I love to see them like this. I'm sure many of you are familiar with seagulls of whatever sort that you get in your part of the world or in this part of the world, and you would know that anywhere where they could potentially find food, whether it's near your local dumpster or at the beach or around other animals hovering, you will definitely find it. And this one's most definitely hovering right over the seal, so there's a potential to get a free snack, some leftovers, a crusty crustacean. Oh, hi Mac, that's an excellent question. You'd like to know if seals are aggressive towards each other. Only during their territorial phase of their lives. So every year the males and the females, they mate and they breed, and that usually happens towards the end of the year, so we can expect that to happen around November-ish. And that's when they have territories. So right now there's no territories that are formed by either the males or the females. So everyone's pretty happy with each other's presence. But come breeding season, first the females are going to find themselves a territory so that they can give birth to the pups that they were pregnant with from last year. And so they'll have to form a territory. And the males will then form a territory so that they can breed with the females in their territory. And at that point, they can be quite aggressive to each other. But like with most, especially territorial interactions that happen in nature, the submissive individual would far rather stand down before any major damage has happened. And that's because at the end of the day, nobody wants to get hurt, because they don't hold grudges and things like that in the same way that we do. So they don't continue with that feeling. They'll just kind of get it over with at that time and try their hardest not to injure themselves. Injuring the other partner in the fight, that's fine, as long as it doesn't mean that they have to sustain injury themselves. So they'll try their hardest not to. Oh, so there's a nice view. Oh, it almost looks... I was about to say that looks like that seagull just landed on the seal, and I thought, no, that can't be. And then that seal just lifted up its head and went, "Ah, what are you doing?" And then promptly the seagull left after that. I mean, I would do the same if a seagull sat on me, I think. I'm not sure, I haven't experienced it myself, but definitely if I was a seal, I would not want a seagull to go ahead and sit on me. That was very, very cool, wasn't it? That was amazing. It looks like it's being persistent, the seagull. I'm trying to have a look if I can see again. If that happens, they're just so far off. Hi, Valerie. Valerie, you'd like to know how far seals can swim. I actually don't know. I'm not sure how far they can swim. Certainly several kilometers in order to feed, and they do spend the majority of their lives during the day out swimming, eating, finding food, etc. And this, when they hold out on to the rocks like this, ooh. Jason's broadcast backpack just caught a bit of wind there. Sorry about that, guys. But like I was saying, they certainly have to swim out several kilometers, and they usually will stick in the same colony on these rocks. But I don't know how far they can actually go, or what the limit or what the record is for how far a seal has been found outside of its usual colony. And during the breeding season, you'll find that females will not go out for a little while their pups are quite young. But other than that, I'm quite sure they'll be swimming at least several kilometers in a day. Swimming along, using all those senses I told you about, their whiskers and their eyes, their super flippers with all that maneuverability to try and catch as much as they can. That was a really nice view of the seals, I must say. And the seagulls bothering it as well. Very cool. All right, let me send you back over to Djuma and Tess. She's in a bit of a bumble.
It sounds very, very special to be with a seal. I have not seen one in a while. Back in the Eastern Cape where I live, we have 2 resident seals that move in and out, but I haven't seen them in a while. So I'm actually headed back down towards the central parts, back towards the drainage lines there. And we're just gonna see what we bump into along the way. It seems to be a very good afternoon for giraffes and elephants, as well as birds. I think the predators are out too, but it's a little bit more like finding a needle in a haystack. There are actually some nice fresh tracks of hyena on this road that are quite clear, actually going back that way, which is very, very cool to see. I think they were just after the rain because they've made like a bit of a splash mark on each side of the paw print. So the soil was definitely still wet when this hyena walked here. Very interesting to be able to track an animal and have to imagine what it does. There's an owlet. So you have to imagine what an animal's doing while it walked there. Oh my goodness. I've been looking for an owlet all day. I keep hearing them calling and then could not find one. I'm so happy that I found this little one. So let's have some guesses here from viewers. What owlet do you think this is? So good things to look at on the size, the coloring, and the markings on the chest in particular. Sorry, Wendy is moving herself. There are 2 that are fairly similar that are both around this size. And definitely a very beautiful owl to see, especially this time of the day. Often hear them calling, very distinct call. It's looking for insects. You can see how its head is moving on this branch, and it's looking for insects through the grass. An owl this size, you can imagine, can't really take much that is bigger than a moth or a locust. Definitely hunting though. Wow, look at those eyes. I think it heard me say that. Cara, yes, you're on the money. It's a pearl-spotted owlet. Very similar to the African barred owlet. The biggest difference when you're looking at it from this angle is the streaking on the chest. An African barred owlet has more distinct spots on the chest as opposed to the streaking. I briefly saw a glimpse of a pearl-spotted owlet fly over after we'd heard it calling while I was sitting with the elephants. And I said to him, Paul, I have to show him a pearl-spotted owlet today. And here we are. This makes me very happy. You can see how flexible this owl's head is. It's actually the neck. And this is a particular trait that owls have. Most raptors have a very flexible neck. They can turn it all the way, almost completely backwards. But owls in particular can actually go past completely backwards. So it looks like they could turn their head 360 degrees. They actually can't. Otherwise their head would snap off or their neck would break. So it's actually just going past the 180 degree mark. So they have a full range of vision around them. But it's not as though they can keep turning their head one way and come back to central. So it's actually quite a good day for this owl to be out early. It's not too hot. And that's why it's sitting out on an open branch as opposed to in a shaded spot in a tree with a nice thick canopy where it would normally be on a hot day along the riverbeds. It's actually quite high up on a crest. And with the nice cool weather, it's looking for insects. Well, it's gonna go. Definitely saw an insect fly over there and it locked onto its target. Look at that beautiful spotted pattern on the backs of the wings. Whoop, gone. And it has just flown off after catching an insect, it seems, gone onto a different branch further away. Very, very special. I'm very happy that I got to see that this afternoon.
It's day one of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition, and our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
It's either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, 2 to go.
Well, everybody, we're out on Rusty, cause for celebration. Woohoo! We are hopefully going to find something. We don't have that much time to work with, given that we're only getting going and it's 5 o'clock. So we'll see what we can do. I'm just quickly checking up where we had that drag mark yesterday for Tlalamba. I see there's tracks for a female leopard coming up here again, but they've been obliterated by the morning's traffic. And so don't really look that fresh or that easy to tell where they went. So just doing a quick loop here. If nothing, then I'm going to go down south and just check the southern boundary, see if the dogs have crossed onto our side. They were just on our southern boundary this morning. At the end of drive, the guys were saying they went stationary just south of the boundary, close to Treehouse Dam. Oh, Morgan, your last afternoon drive for a while. Dogs at Treehouse Dam. It's a big call, and I'm not saying it's a promise, but what do you reckon? It'll happen. Oof, if we get that, I think Morgan might do a backflip off the car, everybody. It's destiny. I mean, we have tried. How many drives have we gone there now? Almost every single one, exactly. So I believe a lot of you are very happy to see Rusty out and about and working. Well, we'll see how it goes. So far, so good. He seems a lot more stable than it has been over the course of the last few days. So hopefully that'll keep going. But let's see how we go. Like I say, we're going to hit Triple M and then straight south down towards Gari Main. And while we do that, let's send you across to JP, who's still on walk.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. We just found a little tree squirrel that is perched up on a rocky outcrop and actually enjoying the late afternoon sun. So for those of you that wondered where the name squirrel actually comes from, it comes from ancient Roman or Greek, and it actually means parasol or umbrella, because many of the species will actually use their tail as an umbrella to protect them against the sun. However, this little guy is actually more using it like a scarf this afternoon and deliberately exposing himself to the sun so that he can just increase his body temperature before he disappears into his little tree hole, which is in a tree that's quite close by to here. So quite a few animals will actually deliberately increase their body temperatures just before it actually gets to nightfall. And the reason why they do that in the late afternoon is that they can shed that heat throughout the night. One of the antelope species that I'm familiar with that does that is actually gemsbok, which we find in the arid western part of South Africa. So in the late afternoon sun, they'll increase their body temperatures as well as throughout the heat of the day, and then shed that heat throughout the evening to maintain a more consistent body temperature. So generally when it comes to animals and humans, they run a temperature range of approximately about 36 to 38 degrees Celsius, and anything more than 2 degrees can sometimes be lethal. I find it absolutely fascinating how species like gemsbok has evolved the ability to actually push their body temperatures up to 43, 44 degrees Celsius. To come back to the squirrel, for those of you that are not aware where they fit into the animal kingdom and in which order they fit in, they're actually rodents. But they're probably one of the cutest of all the rodents out here. So they have a pair of teeth that's specially designed for gnawing, and that's why they find it so easy to gnaw through the marula kernels, which we often find at their little places where they hide them. So squirrels, they tend to have a habit of actually hiding little seeds and things for later in the year when there's not an abundant amount of food around. They also sometimes forget about where they hid these little food items. And then somebody else utilizes it. So generally when we see them, we only see them as one or two maybe in the area. However, they live in small little family groups. And we generally in the morning, we see them up in the tree, where a few more of them is actually up in the tree, often using the sun again to heat themselves up before they become active.
To visit Djuma, the heart of where it all began, wouldn't that be? Just rock, sure, a couple moment glare in my eyes. But Cozy has been such a treat, and in the future, you'll be coming here with Dev. I'm sure you've already spent a lot of time with Dev here at Cozy Bay. But as for me, it's that time where I have to let you know that I'll be moving on. And it was such a pleasure to get to know all of you, however virtual it may have been over the last 3 years. I mean, you've been with me through dissections, you've been with me through finding amber eyes cubs, various special elephant sightings, the hyenas and the cubs, and all that time we've spent with the Djuma clan. And that's just the ones that I can remember right now. So ones that I can remember right now. So ones that I can remember right now. So
I am bumbling towards Vuyatela Dam just to see if Dark Main might still be around, actually. And we were just looking at the weather and saying it's almost like it's changing a bit. It feels like the wind is swirling. So instead of blowing the clouds straight over, it's kind of blowing them in almost a bit of a circle, a spiral. And that's not really that normal for this area. Very interesting to note. I do apologize, I believe we're having some technical issues. But we're back, we're bumbling, we're happy. I think I've checked almost every drainage line in the east today. Checking for my reaps. In case he's moved this way. And I have not forgotten about your monkey orange Kim. I'm just looking for one. Sorry, FC, I didn't quite get that. Any updates on what? Mrs. Wig. Magdalene, yes, I actually went past Mrs. Wig this morning very briefly. She is still happily sitting on her nest. Mr. Wig is very duly watching over her from his favorite perch. And it seems as though nothing has happened yet that we have noticed. I really thought yesterday and the day before she was quite active. She was moving around a lot on the nest, so I thought maybe the chicks are hatching, or she's got chicks that are starting to move around a bit. But she was very, very still this morning, so maybe she was just a bit uncomfortable yesterday for whatever reason. But I'm sure over the next kind of 2-3 weeks there's going to be some updates there, because she has been sitting on that nest for a while, so I'm hoping that those chicks are hatching soon. She has definitely become one of my favorite little animals here at Djuma, and definitely something that shouldn't be underestimated too. It's amazing. She is an incredible predator on her own, in her own right. And to be able to sit so close to her is honestly just mind-blowing to me. Absolutely incredible. So I'm checking very carefully for dark mane over here. No, he was sleeping behind the bushes. I couldn't see him from dam cam. He decided to go completely flat and hide from the camera, but it seems like luck is on our side today, because I can see him. Yay! Let me get a little bit closer, see if we can get a nice view of him. He is still flat sleeping on his side. It's actually quite a nice view of the sleeping old man. He is looking very lazy on this cool day. So his belly actually doesn't look that thin when he's lying down. When he's walking, though, it does look a little bit more streamlined. I'm definitely going to sit here for a while with him just to see what he does, especially now that it's cooling off. The sun is starting to go down very quickly. And I'm hoping he might get up and move, even just for a drink of water just now. But while I spend a little bit of time here with him, I'm going to send you over to JP on Bushwalk.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. I'm not going to actually speak a lot because we've got some elephants that are coming straight towards us, and they might pass less than 20 meters away from us. However, we are safe. We're on top of a rocky outcrop, and the wind is blowing towards us, and therefore they can't smell us. Let's see what they get up to. I hope that they're actually going to start going towards a river, towards a dam eventually, and go and have a drink there. It seems as if they actually started moving slightly in a different direction than we anticipated. I'm just going to continue softly talking and telling you a few things about what they're up to. So one of the things that I did notice this afternoon is that they're incredibly cautious in approaching the water, and most likely is a reason because of the wind. It is also possible that they might have smelled some predators in the area, because they definitely haven't smelled us because the wind is so strongly in our favor. And we often find that one of the single lionesses loves hanging around here. And when they detect that scent, they tend to back off for a bit. But also in general, we just find that animals are generally very nervous with wind. We also sometimes will notice that they will actually stop and pretend to be eating. And that's one of the other behaviors that I've seen. And that is also what has particularly interested me in terms of why are they so cautious. Because quite often you will see them displaying this behavior, which is sort of a behavior that they pretend to eat, but they're actually trying to look and see what's going on and just purely acting as everything is normal. So generally when we do find elephants approaching water on a warm day, they tend to be incredibly excited, and they also start running towards the water straight away. So if we look at the one in the front, it seems there's a little bit of a secretion on the side of the temples, which might indicate that it's slightly stressed, and that might be to feeding or weather conditions over the last days being incredibly warm. Well, we're going to move on and see if we can get a better view from them, and hopefully they'll end up at the dam. Let's go and see what the others are up to.
So I am still sitting with a nice and sleepy dark mane who is looking far too comfortable here next to Vuyatela Dam. I'm sure he's enjoying the fact that he does not need to hide from the sun today. He's out in the open for the first time, I'm sure, in quite a long time, just lying around. He's opening his eyes every now and then because he's hearing some of the crested francolins in the background. But he just looks so comfortable that his lip is falling. And here there are quite a few birds active because we're close to the drainage line in the water hole. Let's just listen for a little bit to all of the bird life that is around us while we watch him sleep. Absolutely beautiful to see him like this, especially out in the open this time of the day. I'm sure he knows the rain is coming though, so he might start moving just now. So Darkmane is definitely enjoying his nap this afternoon, and I don't blame him at all. It is nice and cool. There's a slight breeze where we are, but he's chosen a fairly sheltered spot with some brush around him, a tamboti thicket behind him, and he's nice and close to the dam. So he is very well set up for later on. When he starts moving, he'll probably end up going to have a drink and then moving off from there. You can see he's not dead asleep. He is actually still awake enough to be listening to the birds around him and just kind of checking to see that there isn't anything coming. We do have some guests joining us, so you might hear a vehicle in the background, although he does not seem to be bothered by that at all. He is very relaxed. I think he's also quite happy because today it's nice and cool. That means that there won't be as many flies around either. So you can see his tail is actually quite still for a sleeping lion. Normally you can see the tail flicking all the way up to knock the flies off of their sides. He's also not having to flick his ears or blink too much either, so it's probably the most restful sleep he's had in a while. He's also quite lucky because there is an open area close by, next to the dam. And just like this morning, there'll be things like nyalas and impalas, possibly kudus, wildebeest coming down. He does look a bit too lazy to hunt right now, but if something presents itself, he might very well go for it. I believe he does have a bit of a reputation, though, for being incredibly lazy. Big paws. So what's really prominent from this angle, which just looks absolutely incredible, is have a look just under his eye at that white patch. Lily, to answer your question, yes, I think he is quite content on his own. He's got a waterhole close by. His belly doesn't look flat or empty. So he is happy on his own for now. He will try and find the rest of the pride, though. At some point, he'll try and find either the nkuhumas or the talamatis and join up with them at some point. But lucky for him, he's got such good senses. His eyes are incredible. His ears and his nose are way better than ours. And so as soon as he hears other lions feeding or anything like that, he'll know which direction he needs to go in, and then he'll join up with them again. And of course assert his dominance and feed before the others. So he'll kick them off of the carcass if they're already there. He'll feed, and then you might find he moves off on his own again. The life of a male lion is quite nomadic, unless he's in a coalition, but even then, as much as they are territorial, he'll move around marking his territory. He doesn't have to stay with the pride. He'll actually move between prides or move vast distances across his territory, making sure that he has marked it and that he's defending it against other male lions. At the moment, he looks like he is losing his grip on part of it with the Mbali male coming in. So that's probably a bit concerning for him, and that's also probably why he has been staying around the central parts of Djuma recently, because the Mbali male has not been pushing this far south, and Darkmane knows it. So he knows he doesn't have to be too concerned about another lion creeping up on him here. I don't know when last he was actually seen with Mohawk and Blondie, the Avoca males, that were part of the coalition. But he would probably feel a little bit more comfortable if he was with them and not completely on his own. But he certainly doesn't look too worried about it at this moment. I was quite surprised this morning. He had a whole herd of nyala walk towards him while I was on dam cam. They almost walked into him and did not notice him until the last minute and then bolted away. I'm not sure if he was actually stalking them. I couldn't see him, but I knew exactly where he was. So I saw a bit of that laziness coming through. Quite typical for a male lion. But what I was kind of focusing on earlier, and what I'm still noticing now from this angle, that's very beautiful, is the little bit of white or lighter colored tan just below his eye. You can actually see it from here, but you can see it really, really well zoomed in as well. Have a look at that white strip just underneath his eye and just above his eye, kind of coming down to the bridge of his nose. It really stands out on him. There, you can see it beautifully. And then you can see the rest of his face is quite dark. And that's actually quite an important aspect of a predator's makeup is the fur coloration around the eyes. I think you heard me talking about that. And so what it does is, by having a little bit of lighter fur below the eye, it will help reflect light into the eye at night while he's hunting, because that's when he is most active. And so it's something that you'll notice most of the predators have. Leopards have it. Lions have it. Hyenas also have a slightly lighter section under the eye. Interestingly enough, cheetah don't really have it as prominently, and that's because they actually hunt more during the day. So for cheetah, they have the black teardrop, or that black tear stripe coming down the face, which is in stark contrast to the lion and the leopard. And that's because when they're hunting during the day, they actually need it to be darker. They need black markings to absorb the light, so the sunlight doesn't reflect into the eye and hinder their ability to see better. Where lions and leopards are much more active dawn, dusk, and throughout the night, so the light is fading or gone, and they need as much moonlight reflected into the eye as possible. Absolutely incredible, these small adaptations that, you know, they just look pretty from a distance. He does look like he is starting to move every few minutes, so he might just be uncomfortable on that side and flip over, or he might be wanting to start getting up and moving with the weather making its way this way. But I'm definitely going to stick around to find out.
Free diving is the purest way to experience the great African sea forest. Silently gliding through the long kelp fronds allows you to reconnect with nature and explore this enchanted world. Sea Forest is a brand new daily experience coming soon on the WildEarth channel. You will explore an underwater forest live from Cape Town, while a team of naturalists explain what we are seeing.
Like trees in a forest, these kelp provide food and shelter for many, many species.
Magical encounters with shy marine life, crustaceans, sharks, seals, and so much more will all bring a window of calm into an otherwise chaotic world.
I think sometimes you need just to listen. So it's a kind of taking out all that other spirit and bring back wilderness and healthy. Bushwalk and trek and sign. I'm sure I'm good at that. I spend most of my time on the ground since I was a young boy, so I think I'm good with that. Actually, I'm not much nervous of any category. Just take it as it is. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure on what the judges are looking at. So chances are 50-50 on my side. I'm not... Obviously, when you go for a competition, you say you win.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. So if you wondered why we always disappear shortly after the sun has set, the reason is actually very simple. Because as it gets dark, we find that predatory animals such as lion, as leopard, as well as hyena can potentially become very confident in their manners, and they no longer see you as a threat. where in the daytime they tend to run away from you. Now they go, once their confidence is up, you can find yourself in a little bit of a tricky situation if you do encounter them on foot. Therefore, we always allow ourselves a sufficient amount of time to get back to the vehicle before we lose the last little bit of light. We're going to sit here for a little bit longer and enjoy the last little bit of sunlight, and hopefully we're going to have another stunning sunset. If there's anybody that would like to ask us any questions with anything that they saw or heard about lately about which is related to nature, you are more than welcome to ask. Good afternoon, Reese, and welcome to the show. And with regards to your question, if we have any plants that come and have new leaves in winter, I've never seen anything that actually produces a leaf in winter. However, we do see a number of different plants that will actually flower in winter. I'm just going to redirect the camera quickly. The elephants that we actually were looking at earlier came down to come and have a drink. Just going to position right over here, and I'm going to be dead quiet that they don't see us and hear us. Let's just sit and watch. So in general, if we are watching elephants, as long as you sit still, they're very unlikely to see you. Their eyesight is actually very poor. They can't really see much further than some 50 meters. However, if you do stand in a shaded area and your shadows fall outside that shaded area, they tend to actually pick that up. So we're very cautious always when we are working with elephants that we all stand dead still and in an area where we have cover and where our shadows don't fall outside of the shaded area, which might give away our presence. If it's bright and sunny weather, I even turn around my watch to prevent that my watch creates a reflection, which also can potentially draw their attention towards us. These guys are so relaxed at the moment. They're just enjoying that last little drink. They're most likely going to move off over here and then go and feed for the rest of the day. While we're watching our elephants, we're just going to link you to Tessa, who has just found a lion.
Incredible coming from one member of the Big Five to the other. We still have a very, very lazy dark mane, but he does seem to be moving a little bit more than he was, although he puts on a very convincing deadline act today. He has been starting to move his paws, flick his ears. So what I'm really, really waiting for now is an indication that he's going to start moving. Some yawning, maybe some stretching. And then maybe he might move. Although it looks like the life of a male lion is very relaxed. It's actually one of the toughest lives that you can get out here. So he deserves to be able to lie around and rest like he is today. Just, because he's gotten here. Only 1 in every 5 young male lions will get to just 2 years old. So he's done incredibly well to get to his age. He has also got one of the most incredible manes I think I've seen. It is so dark and starting to go down his elbows and his chest. And he's got quite a distinct color change from that golden blonde on top to the black right at the bottom. That stripe in the middle is amazing. I actually don't know when last he was with the Pride. Dave, yes, a clan of hyenas would 100% attack a sleeping lion if they felt they could overpower him. So the general rule of thumb is an even fight would probably be 1 lioness against about 3 hyenas, spotted hyenas. And for a male lion, probably 4 hyenas to a male lion would be a fair fight. But if a big clan of hyenas was to come along and they saw him sleeping here and could sneak up on him from behind, then they definitely would give it a try, because it's a natural form of competition for all the predators out here. And as much as the leopard density is incredible in the Sabi sands, they are still not the main predator. The main predator is still the lion. And next in strength is definitely the hyena. It's actually quite interesting. Hyenas kill more animals for food than lions do, especially male lions. Hyenas can kill up to 70 to 80% of their meals and maybe steal the rest. Depends on the area, it varies. If you go somewhere like the Masai Mara or Ngorongoro Crater, it's probably closer to 100% of the food they eat is killed by them. Lions are probably about a 50-50. They steal 50% and kill 50%. Because they're so big, they can chase pretty much any other predator off of a kill, because they know they have the strength. Particularly male lions are good at that. They'll even steal carcasses from other prides and things like that. But then I think back to that incident where I first met the Talamatis in Dark Main, and it still blows my mind that one male lion coming in from a distance could scatter 10 lions so quickly. That being said, I think the lionesses can sense that there is a dominance scuffle, that there might be an overthrow. And so if they choose to stay and fight, and the Mbali male, for example, ends up winning and beating Dark Mane, then they still have to submit to the Mbali male. They have to try and convince him not to kill the sub-adults and the young cubs, which he probably will end up doing anyway, especially if they're under a year old. So for the lionesses, it's more of a got to protect themselves and their cubs and rather avoid the injury and move off. So avoid the conflict altogether rather than get involved and have a chance of being injured or inflicted anyway. It's quite an interesting topic in terms of lion dynamics. Quite surprised I haven't heard him snoring yet. He looks so sleepy. So while I sit here and enjoy being so close to a beautiful big male lion, let's have a look at the incredible opportunity to get yourself qualified with eco training at a discount.
Operating for 27 years, Eco Training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. WildEarth has been working closely with Eco Training to promote the safari guide industry and create awareness for its importance. This is why, for 1 month only, we are offering all WildEarth viewers an opportunity to receive a discount on an Eco Training safari guide course. Contact Eco Training today to find out more, and remember to quote Eco Wild Live to receive your discount.
Well, we're sitting with a herd of impalas at the moment, purely because the dogs are not far from where we are right now. They're still inside Hofmann's, general direction northwest, which is pretty much straight where we are now from where they were last seen. The visual was last running this direction. And this is the only animal that I've seen along this area that is around. And so if the dogs see it, they might come this direction, or they might pop out on this area. So we're just sitting with some impalas for now, in the hope that they move this side. They were heading straight towards Treehouse Dam. Morgan and I almost nailed it. And then they just cut off at the last minute and went more west. That's all right, Morgan. They can change direction. You never know. Maybe Treehouse Dam will finally give us something at some point. But you can see how it's getting dark now, and with this bit of a breeze, how the impalas are tightly bunched. They're trying their very best to stay in a tight little knit unit so as that they don't get themselves into trouble. They're in quite a tough place here. A lot of, big, high probability of leopards hiding with lots of cover here. And lions too, actually. Dogs, obviously, they don't really bother with the cover too much compared to the cats. But in these kind of thicker, dense areas like this, it can be a dangerous place for impalas to be. So don't drift too far from the group. Stay nice and tight together. And that way, if anything is around, hopefully the eyes and ears of the herd, and being so close to one another, they can pick it up and stay nice and safe. Where they're going to go from here is they're going to just go up a little bit, either towards a little clearing that's inside Djuma, or they're going to come back onto the fire break, which is nice and open, and they can see what's going on. So now for us, it's just about being patient. There's nothing else I can do. It's not like there's tracks to work with, or they're coming this way. It's just, maybe they come this way, maybe they don't. We know with dogs, it can be the most erratic movement you've ever seen. And so you never really know where they're going to be. Sorry, I do have the radio on just in case. So, just listening to the update on the radio, they said they still don't have visual anymore, but still coming northwest was the last direction towards Gari Main, which is where we are. We're at Gari Main Zoe Junction with these impalas. You can see how alert they are too. I think it's because I've been sitting here for a while with them that they think maybe something's stalking them, which is completely not the case. Unless there's a leopard here that we don't even know about, which is also possible. Lots of tracks on Triple M for leopard, and male and female. So it looks like Tortoise Pan was around at some point, and Kara as well. I saw a very small female track in that area too. Mackenzie, so the thing is with dogs is that there's always more of a possibility outside of denning season, unless the dogs den on your area. So if we had, let's say, dogs denning on Djuma, we would have seen them every day, because the den would have been there, and we would have been able to visit the den, and they hunt from the den, and they come back to the den, and so you just see dogs all the time. But if that's not on your area, then they don't move very far, because they're hunting around the den site mostly. So, when it comes to the season for babies, there's also the season when the dogs or the puppies are starting to run with the pack. And so then you see a lot more of the dogs moving around. It's always a lot more dog sightings outside of denning season for us in Djuma than there is in denning season. And that's because in the time that I've been here, haven't even had a den remotely close. Last year was the closest den site, which was in Manyeleti. That's why we saw the Pungwe pack quite a bit with the puppies. This year, the Ottawa pack / Pungwe / kind of amalgamation of individuals lost their puppies, and so they are roaming quite far. They're going from like the western Sabi Sands to Malamala to the north, so they're all over the place. And then some of the members of the Pungwe pack, the male, he's denning with the female up near Satara at they've just left the den now with those puppies. So there's not a lot of dogs around here because they all den further afield. But as those pups get bigger, they start to run more and more, and then you start to get distribution because of dispersals for individuals that want to start to mate around sort of February, March, April, May, and then you get lots of random dogs that come through. So yeah, that normally picks up through the sort of lambing season, if you want to call it that. normally see a lot more dogs because they're far more mobile with the puppies than the denning period. Amazing how these impalas are so in tune with what's going on around them. You know, when we sit here like this, they're pretty sort of okay while we've got our vehicle off and they're feeding, but as soon as they hear a car coming down the road, immediately everybody's heads are up and looking at what's going on, or if the wind gusts like now, there's just a bit of a breeze that's picked up. You saw them pick up their heads a bit just to check what's happening and see if there's any scent on the breeze or see how the wind affects them. There was just a gust of wind that came through and that's how they ended up reacting. Okay, well, we'll sit with these guys. Hopefully the dogs will make an appearance. This is just a bit of a guessing game and a bit of roulette. So we'll see how it goes.
Good luck, Tristan. I hope that you find the dogs. That would be absolutely incredible. So you can see Darkmane is still very lazy. He has slightly lifted his head once or twice. And that is about as much movement as I've gotten out of him this afternoon. I'm definitely not taking this for granted though. I'm enjoying my last sighting with Darkmane for a while. And enjoying the fact that I'm sitting so close to a wild lion. I'm just soaking all of it in. Even the bird calls. I think if I was an impala walking past, I wouldn't really notice him too easily if it weren't for that darker section on his mane. But he is lying so still. Birds all of a sudden got a lot louder there. I think there must have been a few flying over. He's still not too concerned about it though. He looks very, very comfortable. I wonder what time he'll start moving tonight. I think it will be a bit earlier than usual with the weather. Absolutely stunning to be able to sit with him as long as this. He really is a beautiful, beautiful boy. Alright, so we have got a little bit more movement from him. He does look very comfortable, but he is starting to move the paws a little bit. I'm very interested to know if he will ever really start moving around again with Mohawk and Blondie. I somehow don't think so. They've been split together for a while. Split together, wow, oxymoron. They've been split from him together for a while, that's better said. And they've been moving around quite a lot further south, I believe. And he seems to be sticking around these central parts here around Djuma and not really crossing out much in the last few days. I think he's found himself a little safe spot and he does not want to leave it just yet. That being said though, I'm sure that if he heard lionesses on a kill, he would get up very quickly and move wherever he needed to go. Alpha, in a sense, yes, I do fear for his life. It is a very natural part of being out here, and it's definitely something that, you know, over time you never become desensitized to it, but you do get used to it, and you understand it a lot better when animals have to kill each other, especially when predators have to kill each other. It can be a little bit more difficult to take that in, but we know it's part of survival. It's part of the overall bigger picture of passing on the strongest genes to the cubs, and that's ultimately what we want. We want the wildlife in the world. But, you know, especially here where we love it so much, we want that to be conserved and saved, and we want the populations to keep growing, and the best way to do that is for the strongest genes to be passed down. With the Mbali male pushing him, you know, with all of the, it's kind of been preempted for about 2.5, 3 months now, that there might be a bit of an overthrow coming, and I think it is coming. You know, after seeing what I did with that interaction the other day, going a completely different direction to what I'd imagined on my first meeting with him. Yeah, I think it is coming, and unfortunately, most of the time with male lions, it ends in injury. It ends in a fight and injury, unless he chooses to run. But even then, his life will be on the run from other dominant males in their own areas until he dies. And that could be from injuries, it could be from starvation, it could be from old age. Unfortunately, though, it tends to be injuries more than anything, because lions are not known to go down without a fight. I think he's had enough of that conversation. He's turned away from it. Yeah, it is scary, though, if you kind of think about it in that sense. You know, he's such a well-known character. He's loved by many, and I've been amazed at how beautiful he is. And it is very scary to think that, you know, if I'm coming back in December, I don't know if he'll be here or not. I don't know if any of the animals that are here now will be here when I'm back in December. And that's, unfortunately, you know, the reality of the bush. We tend to get a bit attached to the different characters, and I think that's quite normal. I think a lot of people, you know, we tend to find human qualities in animals, and in a sense it's great because you find a connection, but it can also take away from, you know, the natural animal side that we respect so much. But it is completely unpredictable out here. There's always something new happening. There's always something new to learn every single day. And the way that nature goes is animals come and go all the time, every single day. Whether it's something as small as an insect that, you know, only lives for a few days, or whether it's something as big as a lion or an elephant or a buffalo or a rhino. You know, I've seen it a lot in my time in the bush. And it's something that you kind of just have to try and wrap your head around and get used to, as scary as it can be. He is quite an old male, though. You know, he's close to 10 years old, just shy of 10 years old now. Somewhere between 8 and 10 years old is my estimate for him. And that's very good in terms of a male lion. So I think as much as, you know, we don't know when anything will happen, he has had an incredible life so far. So I'm going to try and find his face again on the other side, and in the meantime send you over to Tristan.
I mean, he, I suppose, has done pretty well for himself. He's a interesting lion, his old dark mane. Certainly not the most mobile of lions, but he's done well with raising of little ones, that's for sure. Just want to try to get out the way here. There's a car behind me while we look at this Ellie bull. There's, I think, 2 of them that should be here. I saw a couple others earlier. No, don't go. Stay there. It seems like it's going to go off. There's another one that's already gone further south. I was hoping they were going to stay and chill on the fire break, and just have a little feed. But Morgan, this is actually a perfect shot for you. The perfect closing.
Fantastic.
It's camouflage, it's bad light, it's just everything that you love about driving with me. I mean, look at that. That is absolute elephant gold right there. Can this car not get past us, Morgan?
100% can.
100% can, but it's choosing not to. Oh, wonderful.
This is great.
It's great, but you're ready to go now. All right, Morgan, fine. You that way. Let me go back a little bit. No, I'm actually not even going to punish you with this anymore. We're going to go to Treehouse Dam. That's where we're going. It will not be a game drive with Morgan if we don't go to Treehouse Dam. So I'm going to turn around. The dogs haven't come out, and I'm going to leave the area purposely because it's getting dark now, so the dogs are a close sighting anyway at this time. I don't really subscribe to the whole infrared of dogs. Just doesn't sit right with me. I don't know why. The training and everything that I've had, cheetah and dogs are just off limits at night. Doesn't matter if we're in infrared or not. For me, that just is a risk that's not worth it. Both those animals that we don't see a lot of anyway. So you never know if hyenas or lions or something like that are following where I'd rather just not even get into that point. Being dark quickly now, it's what I thought it would this evening. So, the dogs, I'm afraid, will have to be another day. Maybe tomorrow morning we'll get lucky and they'll come across. It's only 4 dogs apparently that they had this afternoon. I don't know which 4 it is. I think it's those ones, the Ngala male. I call him the Ngala male. It's the one that had the collar on a few years ago. And then the female that was seen up in Manuleti. I think it's them. I'm not 100% sure though. I didn't see them myself. But if it's 4 dogs, those are the only 4 dogs I know of in this area that run around this section. Weirdly though, they don't come into Djuma much. They like kind of cut the corner and then go up towards Manuleti. But I haven't really seen them running sort of Treehouse or Twin Dams or any of that. And again today, they came from the west. They cut onto Zoe's Road there, and then from Zoe's Road into Hoffman's, then into Little Gari. Little Gari, they came back the same direction that they ran this morning, except that they haven't cut onto our side. And if they do, like I say, it's too dark for them now anyway. I don't want to, like I say, view them at night. You never know what can happen. There's a multitude of lions around to the south, so anything can happen. Alright, on to Treehouse Dam we go. Let's see what we can find there.
Operating for 27 years, Eco Training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. WildEarth has been working closely with Eco Training to promote the safari guide industry and create awareness for its importance. This is why, for 1 month only, we are offering all WildEarth viewers an opportunity to receive a discount on an Eco Training safari guide course. Contact Eco Training today to find out more, and remember to quote Eco Wild Live to receive your discount.
And I turned to Shaw and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lions, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. Now, these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these 2 cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Sean probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalts and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
So it looks like Dark Mane is starting to wake up. He is looking down towards the dam, and he heard something that caught his attention. I'm not sure if it was the impalas on the other bank, but he is definitely looking as beautiful as ever, sitting like that with those big paws. He actually got up very quickly as though he'd heard a sound he wasn't comfortable with. But he's definitely looking in one direction. He's very, very focused on that point, whatever it is. I can't see onto the other bank. I'm unfortunately behind a bush. Oh, do you know what? I think it's a Ngala actually. There is a big Ngala bull that's walking down on the opposite side. I can just see the black movement through the bushes. You'll see we are in infrared now. The light has dropped substantially. And so it is quite tough for me to pick up on the movement on the opposite bank right now. I think he's definitely watching a Ngala bull. I feel like he hasn't blinked in, as I said that, I was going to say hasn't blinked in the last minute. His face tells a story. Black nose and full of scars. Linda, yes, a lioness would be able to survive on her own. In fact, there have been quite a few lionesses that have split on their own throughout the history of the Sabi Sands, and even Djuma. And they actually survive perfectly fine on their own. They have cubs, they move around, they hunt successfully, and they raise their cubs. So it's definitely not a death sentence by any means. If a lioness gets separated from her pride, she is more than capable of surviving on her own. Probably got a slightly better chance than a male lion on his own, because females are less likely to be attacked by males. And at the same time, females are slightly better at hunting than males because they are a little bit smaller. Not because males don't hunt. Males definitely do hunt. They're just a lot bigger, so they're slower and they're easier to spot. So a lioness will be faster, she'll be a little bit sleeker and smaller, and so she's got a better chance of sneaking up to something and also covering the distance from the surprise to the attack. Imagine how strong he has to be able to climb onto the back of the buffalo and hang on and pull it down with his weight. Unbelievable. It's quite amazing to me that, you know, a big lion like him can weigh 250 kilograms, and Yet, you know, they've become habituated. We can get so close to them and watch them moving around at their own pace. It's just unbelievable. For such a big animal, you know, it would be a slightly different version on foot, but still, just to be able to sit in his presence is unreal. I couldn't ask for a better last night. It still amazes me how resilient these cats are. Denny, yes, I actually have seen a grown male lion without a mane. In fact, I have seen two. They were actually brothers, and they naturally had genes for smaller manes. But at the same time, there was actually, they had a very similar problem. Both of them, they had a hormonal imbalance, so they would never breed in their lifespans. They are still alive, I believe. But they won't breed in their lifetimes because, unfortunately for them, they had undescended testicles. So essentially, they didn't drop. And so what happened is they ended up with a hormonal imbalance. And so there wasn't enough testosterone to be pushed to the mane, to grow the mane. And so instead, they've got very big bodies. They're much bigger than the average lion that I've seen, but they have no manes at all. They look like giant bus-sized lionesses. Unfortunately, something must have gone wrong, and they both ended up with a problem with their hormones. Oh, I've just heard an African scops owl. That's my mom's favorite. I love that sound. I'm actually hearing something moving in the drainage line right next to him or right behind him. He heard it as well, but he doesn't seem to be too concerned. Going back to sleep. Big sigh. Don, my favorite coalition, I would like to say is, well, I haven't even seen them in person in a while actually, but probably the young Birmingham male with the Torchwood males just makes my heart very happy because the young Birmingham male has been my favorite lion for a very long time. But in terms of actually being here, the only two male lions that I've seen have been Darkmane and the Impala male. And as much as I love Darkmane in all of his glory, I think the Impala male, the way that he handled that situation and came in with so much finesse, was just unbelievable. He is a beautiful specimen. And so I think he probably is preferable to me over Darkmane. But yeah, I think probably favorite overall is still some of the lions at Ngala. I don't think I've spent enough time here yet to be able to get to know all the different cats enough. But every single one of them has already stolen my heart in some way or another. I actually can't wait to come back and see where everybody is and how they've grown. I often wonder how lions manage to lie so still if there's millions of mosquitoes around. They seem to be very bothered by flies, but they never seem to be itchy from mosquitoes. One of the great mysteries of the world. So I'm hoping that Darkmane is going to get up at some point in the next 30 minutes and come down to the dam for a drink, and hopefully I can show that to you. But for now, he just looks very comfortable, and I'm very happy spending my last evening watching him. can hear, there are far fewer bird calls at the moment. I think quite a lot of birds have already perched or roosted for the night. It is so dark already. It's actually unbelievable. I can't believe that it's, 6 o'clock in the evening and we're already nearly completely dark. There are still one or two that are calling every now and then. And for the rest, it's actually starting to turn nocturnal. The occasional owl. Lots of crickets. And very many mosquitoes. I don't know if you can hear them buzzing, but collectively I think they could pick Wendy up and carry her into the dam. He just looks so relaxed. I love these nighttime sounds. Let's take them in for a little bit as all of the insects are starting to wake up and move around. The very, very distant water thickening there. Very characteristic sound. And how lovely to be able to kind of sit here and watch a beautiful, big, sleeping male lion and listen to the rest of the world carrying on around him and waking up for the night.
As you guys can see, it's exhilarating here at Treehouse Dam. It's so full of life. Morgan and I don't know what to do with ourselves. Hey, Morgan. The Treehouse curse continues, Morgan. I'll have to come back next time.
No wild dogs.
No wild dogs. No leopard. No nothing. I'm afraid. It's just some water and some dead trees. And a moody sky that is not really visible because it's in infrared, so it just kind of looks normal, really. Anyway, we're just at the dam here, sitting quietly, listening. I find this time of the day is the perfect time just to have a little listen, to just figure out where you want to go next. Sometimes it can lead to a leopard sawing, or Impala's alarm calling, or I don't know, anything really. But so far, very, very, very still. I don't know if it's the weather, but it's not even any birds calling at the moment. It seems like all the diurnal birds have already gone to bed, and the nocturnals haven't quite woken up yet. I like the stillness of this time of the day, though. James, sure, I'm trying to remember now what the exact day was, but it wasn't long ago. Maybe 2 days ago, 3 days ago? No, a little bit more than that, actually. Days kind of melt into each other. Maybe about 5 days ago. She was seen on the Mala Mala boundary on a net. On the radio they said a cub, or they said cub, but I don't know if they meant cubs or cub. I'm not sure. But yeah, she was definitely with a cub. I don't know if it was 2 or 1, but there was definitely cubs called in with her on a net. So yeah, she was seen there. But since then I haven't had an update on her. I haven't heard anything. Where she, the area that they called her in, if she's keeping the cubs there, the chances of seeing her are so small. It's a horrible drainage line, that, and there's really no chance of getting a car. And it's actually quite similar to the sort of drainage lines north of Galagopan, Those ones that we can't really get into, and I have the sneaky suspicion that Kalahari is going to den in those drainage lines next. But yeah, those ones are almost impossible to get into. Remember when the Ngulmas had their cubs there, the guys struggled. So if she's got it in that baboon drift drainage line, it's going to be almost impossible for the guys to find her on a regular basis unless she's walking around with the cub. But she seems well. She seems good. Seems like the cubs. I don't know if it's one or two that's still around. Are fine. So we'll just see what happens. Sabui's been the one of concern. No one's really been seeing her or her with a cub. So I don't know what's happened there. Maybe she's lost both now. I'm not sure. I really don't know. And they're saying that the sightings of her have all but dried up. She's kind of gone under the radar completely, much like Kalahari in many ways. So, the girls are all, I think, just trying to figure out and see where they can go and what they can do and how they're going to raise their cubs. And so it's a little quiet on the female front. I must be honest, this stint that I've done now is the quietest I've ever seen Djuma from a leopard standpoint. I have never, ever driven this property and had so few leopard tracks and had so little activity of leopard on Djuma itself. In this particular time that I've been here, I think 90%, or in fact more, 95% of the sightings we've had have been on a boundary or in Torchwood or Buffelshoek. We really haven't seen much at all on Djuma, and in tracks-wise, it's dire. The tracks we are seeing are all on the fringes. So, like, the only tracks that I've tracked nicely on Djuma have been kind of western boundary or southern boundary, but nothing really in the central areas that has been consistent. It's been like one track here and there, and a lot of that's to do with the fact that Mulawati is moving around and he's a bit of a ghost. But the other side of it is Kalahari has been very, very under the radar. Shadulu hasn't been across much. Kara's in Buffelshoek, Tandi's in Torchwood, Sabui's south in Little Gari, Hoffman's. So, just all our females are kind of, we've got the fringes of their territories at the moment, except for Kalahari, but Kalahari's territory is so big, she's all over the place. And even though she's all over the place, she's also become very much a leopard that likes to fly under the radar. I don't know what happened to her in the last few months, but she's not the same cat as before. I've seen videos of her lately, like charging vehicles and just being aggressive and not her normal self at all. So I don't know if somebody did something or there was some sort of interaction that she had when a vehicle was present that she just feels like she needs to hide away a little bit. I really don't know, but I'm hoping it's just the loss of the cub and then being pregnant that's gotten her to that phase, and then she'll come out of it once she's got the cub and kind of has a few months of raising it and successfully gets it to the point where it's moving with her. I think, that will hopefully settle her down a bit again. But yeah, it's crazy how different it is. I remember days where Djuma was just the hive of leopard activity compared to Buffelshoek and Torchwood, and it's completely the opposite now. Buffelshoek and Torchwood is where most of the leopard sightings are, and Djuma is kind of just this void at the moment. It'll change again. It's not something to worry about. It's just the way things go. But this is honestly, for this time of the year and the heat that we have had, Twin Dams, Treehouse, Gari should be absolutely humming with leopards. We should be finding them regularly at each dam, and we're not even finding tracks, let alone actually sightings of these animals. So yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I hope Kalahari also settles when she has this cub, because otherwise that cub's going to be a nightmare to habituate. So let's hope that when she actually has it and she raises it and it starts getting onto carcasses, that she'll be a lot better. But her behavior of dragging carcasses so far means that finding her on kills is going to be difficult now over the summer part. Lexi, you're asking if leopard cubs are more vulnerable because they don't have a pride. I think in the initial stages, no. I think both lion and leopard cubs are equally vulnerable in the early stages because they're both denned and anything can stumble across them at a den itself. I think once the cubs get into a pride situation as lions, then yes, their ability to survive is that much better because they don't get left on their own nearly as much. Also, they grow much quicker. So, lions get big quickly, whereas a leopard cub of 6 months is half the size of a 6-month-old lion cub, basically. And so it's still vulnerable to a lot more. So yeah, I think in the long run, yes, but in the initial phases, no. I think it's an equal probability of death in the initial sort of period of growing up. I would say that first 3 months is pretty even split between them. But a pride definitely does offer some semblance of protection. It is deathly quiet though this evening. I haven't even heard a hyena whoop. It's been strange actually, we haven't seen much of that. Alright, so it sounds like Tess at least has something, so let's send you across to her. And she's chilling with Darkmane.
Yes, it has been quite a quiet afternoon. I think it's been an interesting 2 weeks for me. I've met quite a lot of leopards and some lions, and I'm very happy about that. This weather, you'd expect the predators to be more active, but according to Darkmane, that doesn't mean much right now. So I'm hoping, really, really hoping for a little last-minute roll. Alison, my favorite experience. Wow, that's actually quite a tough one. I think favorite animal experience has probably been either yesterday with my ribs or the sighting with him with the scrub hair the other day. So the one yesterday with myself and Morgan was with the Unkuhumas on the other side of the bank, and the elephants coming to chase them. But when my ribs was up on the rocks and kind of stalking a lizard and just so beautifully climbing up and down that rock face, one of the most gorgeous views and sightings of a leopard I've had in a very, very long time. The one with the scrub hair, no, sorry, it wasn't scrub hair, it was a baby Ngala. I'm confusing myself. When he had the baby Ngala and the hyenas came and tried to chase him. But it was just so incredible to see him so close by and feeding. But I think the one yesterday trumps that. I also cannot compare with the sighting of the Talamatis and Darkmane being chased by the Mbali male. That was mind-blowing for me, seeing it unfold in the anticipation of seeing the other male lion coming in, and they had not realized. And I felt like the whole time I was holding my breath, and it's a very tough feeling to describe unless you're actually in the situation. Seeing it happen with your own eyes is just unreal. I think probably yesterday and that sighting were my two favorites in terms of the animals. I think the experience in general has just been incredible. The people are amazing. It's my first time meeting pretty much all of them. I've seen them before, I've spoken to them, but haven't actually met them until now. And so that experience of, living with them in camp, and obviously it's a laugh a minute and filled with the best people, and everyone's a clown, and it's absolutely incredible. I've made some very, very good friends that I'm very excited to see again. So I think the whole experience has been different to what I expected. It's been way better to what I expected. I think I'm very, very grateful for the people that I'm here with. I must say, changing 3 flat tires this morning probably matches up there somewhere on the ranking board, because that was a hilarious hour. Cassie, my favorite animal out here is probably a leopard. I think there is just something so magical about a leopard. It captivates you with whatever it's doing. It is absolutely breathtaking and captivating. And I think I just have a lot of respect for them because they are the most successful cats around. They've got the widest distribution and they do it all on their own. And it's incredible. But a very, very close second is definitely a pack of wild dogs. If I smell wild dogs, my adrenaline levels spike like you can't believe. I start going crazy. I absolutely love wild dogs. There is never a dull moment with a wild dog. But beauty-wise, 300% a leopard. Dark mane is surprising me right now. He is very, very still considering how cool it is and how dark it is. I'm starting to see where this reputation comes from. I'm really, really hoping for a last-minute roar. Wouldn't that be the perfect way to end my last drive? Maybe he's going to surprise me again like last time I was with him at sunset. And right at the end, he's going to get up and quickly remember about the last-minute raw deal that we had. So I'm definitely going to be sticking around here to see if that happens tonight. I think I couldn't ask for anything better right now.
The WildEarth channel now runs for 24 hours a day and is filled with exciting wildlife experiences for the whole family. In addition to our twice-daily live safaris from Africa, we launch Sea Forest. Free divers explore the great African kelp forest under the water in Cape Town, while naturalists on the surface explain what we are seeing in real time. Our Escape to Nature series features exceptional wildlife footage throughout the day, and here you can immerse yourself in the sights and sounds of nature. And finally, we are launching a brand new penguin experience later this month, where you can follow the lives of a group of African penguins daily and in real time. If you want to join in on these experiences, then head over to wildearth.tv/channel to see where you can watch. Escape to nature with WildEarth.
Here at the Advanced Rifle Handling Challenge, which is actually lots of challenges in one to gauge the contestants' skills at different distances and different speeds. This is probably the challenge that the contestants are the most nervous about. So let's get them locked and loaded. Competitors are now doing the Heron's hop, where they have to run back and forth to a target, turn, take aim, and shoot. And this simulates a chase in a real environment and gets the heart pumping and the blood pressure up. James gave us a demonstration, and the skill involved in this exercise is remarkable.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
As you can see, Dark Mane is still very sleepy. He has decided not to get up yet, and that is perfectly fine. I think he's enjoying a really nice solid rest without any worry for a change, and that in itself is a breath of fresh air. It's lovely to see him in the central part here, looking relaxed, not really moving too far. He's got everything he needs here, and he's comfortable with that. I keep thinking I see movement in the background. I even asked Mpho to check, but I think I'm seeing things. Very likely it is very dark. Definitely the most comfortable male lion that I've seen in a while. In fact, the last male lion that I saw that was this comfortable was him on the termite mound last week. He definitely knows how to make himself comfortable in any position. Must be nice having a bit of a built-in cushion with his mane there to protect him, but also to kind of stop any very harsh twigs and things poking him while he's sleeping. Here there are almost no birds left out, just a pearl-spotted owlet every now and then. And occasionally a water thickney. Mabel, yes, it's not unusual to have him on his own for a while. You know, male lions might only come back to a pride once every 2 or 3 weeks. If they've got a very big territory, sometimes only once a month for a few days. And that's because they've got a big territory to cover, they've got lots of boundaries to mark, and they've got a busy life of patrolling to make sure that no other males are encroaching on the territory. So most of the time, male lions will actually be away from the pride. We actually get very lucky when we see them with the pride consistently for a long period of time. So it's not a concern that he's on his own at this point. He's got water around, he's got food around, he's more than capable of stealing a kill from a leopard or a hyena if he comes across one, or even the wild dogs. So it's not a massive concern at all that he is here relaxing on his own next to the dam. The majority of the sightings of male lions that I've had have been just the coalition of males, or a male on his own patrolling the territory and just taking breaks in between. Has been an amazing way to end my stint here at Djuma. I think being able to meet so many of the cats and the different characters and really get to know everybody, not just the people but the animals as well, has been unbelievable. And I have to say thank you for putting up with me as I dusted off my guiding skills and got lost. Hopefully you didn't know it at the time, but I'm definitely very, very grateful to be back in the driver's seat and be here sharing the magic of this place with you. I think not much compares, to be honest. It's been an absolutely incredible 2 weeks and I can't wait to be back again. So thank you very, very much for joining this afternoon and every day while I've been here, and for sharing all of the joys with me that I've experienced with new eyes after so long away. But please join us again on safari tomorrow morning. I'll be sad to miss you, but it's going to be an incredible day after a night of cooler weather. And I think every day out here is something special not to be taken for granted. Thank you again, and hopefully we'll see you out there in the morning.